Radio shows The Shadow, Jack Benny, The Lone Ranger, Dragnet, Gunsmoke, and many more. We have them for you on Hollywood 360.
We'll also present trivia contests with prizes, showbiz news, celebrity interviews, games, and movie reviews.
So don't miss Hollywood 360 every Saturday night beginning at 8 p.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app, or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer Chicago.
The Supreme Court takes up another Trump case. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Whether or not the former president has immunity from being prosecuted for actions he took while in the White House as he tries to get the federal election interference criminal case dismissed.
The Supreme Court is fast-tracking the appeal and will begin hearing oral arguments on April 22nd. Now, the High Court's decision is expected sometime around late June and will likely have blockbuster legal and political implications. The former president saying, quote, without presidential immunity, a president will not be able to properly function or make decisions in the best interest of the United States of America.
Fox's Brooks Sigmund. Now, the first Trump case the court's already considering, Colorado's attempt to remove the former president from the primary ballot, claiming he led an insurrection with the Capitol riot, disqualifying him under the Constitution, which the former president calls election interference. Yesterday in Illinois, a judge removed him from the ballot there, and there's a Trump appeal to a similar move in Maine. Today, the former president goes to the border, and so does President Biden.
In Texas, Trump and Biden will be 5 hours apart today in areas seeing different numbers of migrants. Eagle Pass, where Trump is going, has seen over 2,000 migrants in recent days. Brownsville, where Biden is going, far fewer, just 46.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson. Republicans blame Biden policies for record illegal immigration. The president says Republicans blocked a plan in Congress to make the border more secure. Wildfires in the Texas Panhandle have burned more than 1 million acres, torched a dozen homes. One woman was killed. Officials in Gaza now say the number of Palestinians killed in the war there tops 30,000, claiming at least 70 were killed in an airstrike near a crowd waiting for humanitarian aid. Meanwhile, Fox's Trey Inkst reports from Tel Aviv.
The United States is reportedly considering airdropping aid into Gaza as the humanitarian situation there worsens. U.S. officials overnight telling Axios that they know this would not address all of the needs of Palestinians in Gaza, but they do believe this is a desperate measure.
America's listening to Fox News.
20 degrees, gusty winds this morning, giving us wind chills in the single digits across the area. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Scott, and a Cook County judge has ruled the Illinois State Board of Elections must take former President Donald Trump's name off the state's March 19 primary ballot. But she placed her order on hold until Friday to allow for an appeal. Judge Tracy Porter issued her decision after progressive activists petitioned to remove Donald Trump's name from the primary ballot over the January 6, 2021 rioting at the U.S. Capitol, then sued to counter the election board's unanimous rejection of their effort. Professor Stephen Caliendo with North Central College in Naperville explains the ramifications.
But technically, when we vote in the primaries in Illinois, we're not voting for the presidential candidate. We're voting for electors who pledge to those candidates to go to the respective national conventions and cast their ballots.
The case is one of dozens of suits filed trying to remove Donald Trump from the ballot, arguing he is ineligible. The Supreme Court earlier this month signaled it is likely to reject this strategy when it heard an appeal of a Colorado decision removing Trump from the ballot there. There will be a quick appeal of this Illinois decision. Murder charges have been filed in a shooting that killed an innocent bystander who had stopped to buy his wife a lottery ticket at a corner store on Monday. Police said 59-year-old Simon Brown was killed. 3 others, including one of the alleged gunmen, were injured after an argument led to gunfire in the city's Greater Grand Crossing neighborhood around 5:45 p.m. near 71st and State. The family of a man gunned down by Carroll Stream police are suing the officers involved and their department. Federal lawsuit claims wrongful death and other counts in the death of Isaac Goodloe on February 3rd. The plaintiff's attorney, Andrew Stroh, also calls the shooting an unlawful and unjustified after viewing pieces of body camera footage.
Stephen and I and the family painfully watched these officers break into Isaac's bedroom, and shoot him unarmed in the sanctity of his own home.
Shortly after the February 3rd shooting, Carroll Stream Deputy Police Chief Brian Kluver described the scene.
Officers encountered a tense, uncertain, and rapidly evolving situation, which resulted in officers discharging their weapons at the alleged domestic violence suspect.
The suit alleges wrongful death and other counts. The National Weather Service confirming multiple tornado touchdowns in the Chicago area and across the state. All of those tornadoes registered EF0 or EF1, no injuries. A 13-year-old boy is dead after he was stabbed during an altercation in Chicago Heights. Authorities identify the youngster as David Sanchez. Police say the 13-year-old and another 14-year-old were fighting Monday afternoon. That 14-year-old remains hospitalized in fair condition. Federal judge handling the district-level case challenging Illinois' gun and magazine ban has laid out a roadmap for how to proceed at trial. AM 560's Greg Bishop is following the case this morning in Springfield.
Southern District of Illinois Judge Stephen McGlynn met Wednesday with attorneys from both sides for a closed conference to discuss various elements of the case. Friday, McGlynn issued an order for litigants with an outline for things he wants to put on the record. Among the questions the court will address include what defines an arm in both recent U.S. Supreme Court precedent and the recent ruling on the case in the Seventh Circuit U.S. Court of Appeals. Todd Vandermeide, gun rights advocate and consultant for federal firearms licensees of Illinois, said he's never seen such an order in any other case.
I mean, now you're not guessing what he's looking for to rule on. The state knows what they may have to prove up, and we know what we have to prove up.
Among other questions McGlynn's looking for both sides to address, whether the item defined as an arm may be used to resist tyranny. I'm Greg Bishop.
Illinois, you may recall, banned more than 170 semi-automatic firearms, attachments, and magazines in January of 2023. This morning, there's more information regarding the deaths of an elderly couple killed in an accident Sunday morning. 73-year-old Zavia Rausch and her husband, 75-year-old Richard Stebnicki, were on their way to church when they were crossing Archer Avenue around 9 a.m. Chicago police say the driver of a pickup truck hit the couple while they were in the crosswalk. The couple died later Sunday at the hospital. The 43-year-old driver has been released. In his recent budget address, transportation industry leaders say Governor J.B. Pritzker, behind closed doors, is diverting desperately needed road funds. Hidden in the fine print of the budget, Pritzker's proposal calls for a diversion of $175 million of gas tax monies committed to fund things like bridge repair and road improvement. Those funds would be diverted primarily to Chicago-only based public transit systems.
And $1 billion in road and bridge repairs are significant projects that will be left undone.
In 2019, a bipartisan group of state lawmakers approved Pritzker's Rebuild Illinois plan for the entire state. The plan came at a cost to taxpayers of $45 billion. Bulls held off the Cavaliers 132-123 in double overtime. DeMar DeRozan led all scorers with 25 points, but how about 35 points, but how about the night for Andre Drummond? 26 rebounds. DeRozan says the team needed a bounce-back win.
No disrespect to Detroit, but that's a game we should have. We should, but it is what it is. I know I was pissed off. I was up to 6 o'clock this morning, just pissed off about losing last night. So just eager to get back out there tonight, and everybody showed it.
The Bulls host Milwaukee tomorrow night. The Blackhawks take on the Avalanche. Skipper Craig Counsell went up against his old team for the first time as his Cubs beat Milwaukee in spring training action 6-1. White Sox just 4 hits in a 3-1 loss to San Diego. Number 16 Fighting Illini look all good. 2-game winning streak and a win over Minnesota last night. 105-97, improving their seeding in the NCAA tournament. They have Wisconsin next. The injury-depleted Northwestern Wildcats actually stayed on a roll. They're on a 3-game win streak following a road win over Maryland, 68-61. Nick Martinelli, unstoppable, 27 points in the win. Cats have Iowa on Saturday. The news, a service of Indeed.com, their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more, visit Indeed.com/credit. And a check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
Don't miss collegiate swimming champion and women's sports advocate Riley Gaines live in Chicagoland on Friday, March 22nd at Belvedere Banquets in Elk Grove Village. Hear Riley talk about her fight for equality and fairness while standing up for women's safety, privacy, and equal opportunities. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/tickets. That's 560theanswer.com/tickets. Sponsored in part by Blue Star Security and by Opum Tax Advocates and attorney Stephen A. Leahy.
Has your commercial building steel roof seen better days? Winter can cause ice damage to wind damage, but no damage is too tough for Custom Construction Systems. CCS Contracting has over 20 years' experience repairing and installing steel roofs. They're highly experienced and skilled at finding and solving problems on industrial and commercial roofs. CCS is also partnered with a public adjusting firm that's very good at contesting claims. Many times, claims that are turned down by insurance companies can turn into a new roof with CCS. Call today for an inspection and free estimate on a roof repair or new steel roof. 815-871-7835 or visit CustomSteelRoofing.com. If you suspect roof damage, Custom Construction Systems is the one call that does it all. Repairs are their specialty, plus membrane and new steel roof installation, and they can help with an insurance claim. Learn more at CustomConstructionSystems.com. That's CustomConstructionSystems.com. From start to finish, they get the job done.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gavalis, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
5:12. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time this morning. Inbound Edens, a little bit of trouble from coming inbound right at the inbound Kennedy Express lanes. There was a malfunctioning gate until just moments ago. Somebody apparently got out and kicked it open. Things are now open right now, inbound on the Edens into the inbound Kennedy this morning. Elsewhere, things are off and on time, except for Barrington, where you have police activity at County Line Road just west of Brinker. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast with our AccuWeather meteorologist, Steve Williams.
Lots of sunshine today and not as cold. Our high today at 45. Clear skies tonight, low 32. Sun tomorrow to start, then increasing cloudiness, high 51. For Saturday, sunshine, a little bit warmer, the high 62. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
And clear in 21 at O'Hare, partly cloudy, 22 at Midway, 18 in Aurora, 21 in Lansing, and your next news update is at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer starts next on AM 560, The Answer.
DC Export is celebrating 50 years. With the vision and hard work of their founders, Dominic and Carol Cacciamiglio, dedication of employees and loyal customers, DC Exports has achieved this milestone. DC Export and Domestic Packing Incorporated was founded in 1974. Beginning in a building not much bigger than a garage, the company now boasts 2 Chicago area facilities and a warehouse in Greenville, South Carolina. They offer nationwide packing, crating, container loading and unloading, as well as warehousing with heavy lift capabilities. To ensure proper handling and packing of your shipments, they provide custom-made boxes, crates, skids, and corrosion control solutions. DC Transport provides transportation services throughout throughout America. From container drayage to super heavy haul loads, they can help you move just about anything. Go to DCExport.com to get a quote on packing, crating, transportation, or trade show services. DCExport.com. That's DCExport.com.
Protecting and growing your retirement assets can be complicated. From asset and legacy protection to retirement income and extended care, you need a plan. Mark Kohler, host of Retirement and Income Radio, heard Sundays at 11 a.m., helps retirees in or near retirement protect their accounts from market volatility. Mark can help you create lifetime guaranteed, inflation-hedged income. Call Mark today at 844-619-SAFE. That's 844-619-7233. And listen this Sunday at 11 a.m. to Retirement and Income Radio.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gevalis, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
Have you been struggling to find an easy, safe, and secure document scanning solution for Salesforce.com, Microsoft 365, SharePoint, or OnBase by Highland? Your struggle is now over, and it's time to get your documents and operations into the 21st century. With IoT Smart Connected Scanning, it's easy to turn physical paper into digital documents and have them directly uploaded to the cloud with IoT Smart Connected Scanning from IDT. And you don't need a degree in computing or IT to make it happen. Using QR code technology uniquely configured for your specific business, anyone can set the IoT Smart Connected Scanning device up in 5 minutes or less, saving your organization money and valuable time. Remote employees can even capture documents and send them safely and seamlessly. Organize documents efficiently and securely with IoT Smart Connected Scanning from IDT. To see a demo or to order now, go to ready4idt.com. That's ready4idt.com. Use promo code SMART and receive 10% off your order. IDT, putting paper in its place.
When you're serious about your concealed carry training and education and are ready to learn from an active police officer with a teaching degree, check out Illinois Concealed Carry Training in Midlothian. You'll learn safe, responsible firearm use, home defense planning, conflict avoidance, situational awareness, and how to remain physically, morally, and financially safe in the event you must use your firearm in self-defense or the defense of another. Weekday and weekend classes available.
I'm Sergeant Gary Carr, police firearms trainer and the owner of Illinois Concealed Carry Training. We'll arm you with what really counts: knowledge and training. All concealed carry curriculums are not created equal. This may be the single most important decision you'll ever make for yourself and your loved ones. Choose between 3 and 16-hour classes that are available both weekdays and weekends. We are your one-stop for concealed carry classes, fingerprints, and legal defense plans.
Register for a class today and get 10% off class fees with promo code AM560. Visit IllinoisConcealedCarry.com. That's IllinoisConcealedCarry.com.
This is Carol Platt-Liebau for Townhall.com. Last week, Laken Riley, a University of Georgia nursing student, was murdered on an Athens, Georgia running path. Her murderer wasn't just an illegal migrant. He was an illegal migrant who had been arrested in New York for injury to a child and in Georgia for shoplifting. He also had an outstanding bench warrant for failing to appear in court over the shoplifting charge. Laken Riley was failed by 3 different governments: the U.S. government, who let her murderer cross the border, and then the state governments of both New York and Georgia. Now Ms. Riley is being failed by the media. Many reports fail to mention her killer's immigration status. Some even discuss whether women should feel safe running alone. Shame on the media. Rather than demanding that the government protect its citizens, it's protecting politicians from accountability for their horribly failed policy decisions. I'm Carol Platt-Liebau.
As a local business owner, you get called every week by marketing companies. We get it. We have hundreds of satisfied customers. Here's what a satisfied client recently said.
Open enrollment is going great. We're hitting record numbers. Thank you so much for this report. It really is amazing to see how the marketing is really shaping our enrollment around the city.
If you're a local business and ready for the next step, visit surroundchicago.com right now. Our experts are ready to help you take your marketing to the next level. Visit surroundchicago.com today.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
He's gone. Mitch McConnell, freeze frame, announcing yesterday that he is going to step down as Senate Minority Leader, hopefully Majority Leader after November's election. That would be after the election in November. He's going to do that. But he is going to stay on and finish out his term, which runs through 26. Wonderful. The end of Mitch McConnell, 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. Of course, now the question and concern is not just the performance this fall, but also who would replace Mitch McConnell, because this is where you have an opportunity to maybe make a move in the direction of a Rick Scott, maybe even somebody like a Rand Paul. Or you could put in the next empty suit, which would be your boyfriend, John Thune.
Yeah, I know. Who do we want? 312-642-5600. Or you could text us. The text line is up and running this morning. It's going to be busy today. 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment. What about Joni Ernst? No.
I mean, it's just that I don't think she's going to be in play, and I don't think she should be in play. So, but sort of, you understand what the dynamic is going to be. It's going to be somebody that either represents the conservative reform element in the Senate Republican caucus, and or somebody who can sort of middle the two universes between the surrender Republicans who vote for things like backdoor Green New Deals and surrender on the border, and those like a Mike Lee or Rand Paul or Ron Johnson, who are actually not just putting together conservative reform voting records, but actually pressing issues with the power they have to get to the truth of government misconduct at our expense, whether it's the origins of COVID or the Russian collusion hoaxes and the bad actors and bad actions of the deep state. I mean, that's it's an interesting caucus, and so it's going to be important to determine which direction that caucus is going to go, particularly if it's in the majority with President Trump and a House majority too. Will the Senate be a stumbling block? That the way that to some extent it was in Trump's first 2 years, just as, well, frankly, the House was in his first 2 years. But so that's part of it. And the one thing, too, is, Mitch McConnell, I wish he'd leave now because, don't want him to run through another series of bad elections. The only thing I'd say to that, because we were having this conversation yesterday when the news came across the transom, is that Steve Daines, who's the National Republican Senate Campaign Committee point person this go-around, has actually done a pretty good job of candidate recruitment. And, I think there's real opportunities for Republican pickups, and I'm not just talking about Joe Manchin's seat in West Virginia, although that certainly will be one with Jim Justice. So, I mean, I want McConnell to go as fast as humanly possible, but do I think that his sort of titular presence between now and November will derail the prospect of a Senate Republican takeover? No, I don't. I do have to say something, though, about this Wall Street Journal editorial. Boy, you have to give credit where credit's due, as much as you have to also deliver criticism where that is appropriate. So I do give credit for Mitch McConnell for blocking Merrick Garland from being elevated to the Supreme Court, for moving Trump's Supreme Court nominees through the process as he did during Trump's presidency. But, I mean, this is a bit of a reach. The Wall Street Journal opining that basically Trump wouldn't have been elected president without Mitch McConnell.
No. That's a bit of a stretch.
The leader's refusal to allow a confirmation vote to replace Scalia on the Supreme Court ahead of the 2016 election was a political gamble for the ages that took steely nerves and credibility with his GOP colleagues. Doing the obvious right thing takes steely nerves in D.C. I just think there's way too much credit given to doing the obvious right thing, consistent with who you say you are, why you say you're there, what you're going to do. If I do anything that resembles any of that, I'm some sort of, mythological figure to listen to the Wall Street Journal opine on this. It's just... But I mean, that's how it's treated. Oh, my gosh, somebody actually did what they said they were going to do or attempted to. What a hero. That's the minimum requirement. Minimum. Anyway, the Journal continues. Mr. Trump would not have won without the open Supreme Court seat as the motivation for millions of conservative voters. I don't think that's true.
No.
And it's very hard to make that case out. The motivation was, yes, definitely the Scalia, the seat that was vacated upon Scalia's death, and it was Supreme Court nominees. But what Trump did, and this was with Leonard Leo at the Federalist Society at the time and other conservative advisors around him, not named McConnell. Remember, he published a list of judicial nominees that would be on his short list for Supreme Court,
Right.
Not just for the Scalia vacancy, but also for the potential of additional selections. So that was like, okay, even if you don't like Trump and you're not part of this sort of populist revolt that was going on, which is actually the reason he won, then you still have to appreciate that this is so important. So it wasn't about McConnell and Scalia exclusively, although that's a part of it, and he gets some credit for what he did there, fine. But the idea that McConnell delivered Trump in 2016 is really stretching it, to say the least.
Yeah, 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro. Answer line 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment. Who should replace Mitch McConnell?
Mark's outside.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Should President Trump win, I would like to see Marsha Blackburn lead the Senate for the Republicans.
Okay. I like Marsha Blackburn. All right. Thanks for the call.
I just can't believe he's sticking around until January 27.
Well,
I mean,
when
you're going to go, when you make the speech that he did saying, it's time, when it's time, it's time, well, goodbye.
Well, he also may be saying that for now and trying to just put that off the free-for-all that will ensue to run for his seat, and maybe he's going to try and wire up a heir apparent. Maybe Daniel Cameron, that one, the Kentucky AG who lost that governor's race last year. That wouldn't be a bad move. But regardless, we'll see. 3 years is a long time, especially when you're 82.
Yeah.
Bill and Glen Ellen.
For Trump, the Senate is vitally important. Justices Thomas and Alito are in their 70s, so at any time they could, die or retire. And having Senate in control of the Republicans is, massively important, because if Trump wins, they'll be the ones to push through his nomination. If the Democrats win, it'll be a way to maybe moderate the radicals that whoever the Democrat is going to put in there. And that's 30 to 40 years of anti-American rulings that we'd have to face if the Democrats take that court over again, and there's no way to block them in the Senate. So this is vitally important. People have to vote that way in this next election. They never think in the long term on the Republican side. It's always each election, and that's it. And then we're going to stick it to the guy who lost because we're our feelings are hurt. We have to go forward and win the Senate.
Yeah, no question. Thanks for the call. And I think the combination of, this conversation we're having now, recalling how important 2016 was with respect to the federal judiciary and specifically the high court. And also what we're going to be witnessing over the next 7 months leading into the November election is really going to put a reminder about the Supreme Court and courts of law and the justice system. So I think this will be as much of a factor, certainly as it was in 2016. I mean, look right now at the left's hysteria over the Supreme Court taking up Trump's immunity claims. Carl in Remington, Indiana.
I kind of chuckle as I was listening because you brought up the Supreme Court justices. Good morning. I'm in North Carolina today. Hey,
All right.
as much as I'm liking the idea that we take control of the House, I'm thinking I would like Ted Cruz, but I really, really want him to go to the Supreme Court because he is such a good constitutional lawyer. And
yeah.
he's conservative. So I'm thinking maybe Senator Johnson from Wisconsin, because he's all about America.
Yeah.
Thanks for the call, Carl. No, I like Ron Johnson. I don't, the other thing, too, is you have to factor in who really wants to be Senate Majority Leader, because maybe not all of them do. I'm not sure Senator Johnson does, but yeah, we'll see who decides to put their name in the mix. I think Rick Scott probably has the inside track, and he may be the consensus choice of conservative reformers because he can get it done. He did a good job at NRSC raising money and supporting candidates. He's pretty much been right on the money with respect to calling out leadership, Mitt McConnell, when appropriate, and standing with the more vociferous backbenchers.
Who's going to be John Thune's best friend now?
Yeah, he's going to have to find a new best friend.
He's like Lurch. He's always standing behind him.
Yeah.
Got your back, and Jody's to the right. I mean, what are they
Yeah.
going to do?
It's not going to, the lunch.
The Three Musketeers. I mean, my goodness.
The lunches with Lisa Murkowski are going to seem empty coming up for Jonathan. What was I just going to say about the thinking about the backbenchers? George in Naperville.
Yes, Dan, and let us never forget the power of the people that couldn't stand Hillary. That sure helped Trump.
There's no question about it. Your opponent matters, and to be as detestable as Hillary Clinton is made Trump just more palatable enough for many. No question about it. All right, coming up at 5:38. Speaking of Trump and the upcoming election, a Cook County judge follows the lead of Colorado and knocks Trump off of the Illinois ballot at 5:38.
And then later, the cognitive test results are in for Biden. We'll go through it. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
It's 5:32 in Chicago. A chilly start to the morning. 20 degrees right now. Wind chills in the single digits. Both President Biden and former President Trump will visit the U.S.-Mexico border today. The president will meet with Border Patrol agents in Brownsville, while Donald Trump will deliver remarks in Eagle Pass, Texas. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell will step down as GOP leader in November, making the announcement on the Senate floor.
Now it's 2024. I'm now 82. As Ecclesiastes tells us, to everything there is a season and a time to every purpose.
The 82-year-old says he'll step down from the role, but will serve out the remainder of his term. 70 are reported dead in an Israeli airstrike in Gaza. Fox's Jonathan Savage with the latest.
Gaza's Hamas-run health ministry claims the airstrike hit a crowd of people waiting for humanitarian aid in Gaza City. Hundreds are said to have been wounded, with barely functioning hospitals already overwhelmed. The Israeli military is looking into these reports. Aid agencies say it's been almost impossible to help civilians in northern Gaza because of desperate crowds overwhelming convoys. This as authorities there report more than 30,000 Palestinians have now died in the war. That includes both civilians and fighters for Hamas. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
The Supreme Court will decide whether former President Donald Trump can claim immunity over election interference charges. The hearing will likely take place the week of April 22 and could take months to resolve. In other news we're following this morning, congressional leaders have reached a deal on a short-term funding extension that would prevent a partial government shutdown on Saturday. Stars of Curb Your Enthusiasm remembering the late great comedian Richard Lewis, who died Tuesday of a heart attack at his home. Cook County judge has ruled the Illinois State Board of Elections must take former President Donald Trump's name off the state's March 19 primary ballot, a decision that will be appealed. Murder charges have been filed in a shooting that killed an innocent bystander who stopped to buy his wife a lottery ticket at a corner store Monday. 59-year-old Simon Brown was killed. 3 others badly hurt as gunfire broke out in the greater Grand Crossing neighborhood. Bulls beat the Cavaliers in double overtime, 132 to 123. Skipper Craig Counsell went up against his old team for the first time. Cubs beat Milwaukee in spring ball 6-1. White Sox lost to San Diego. Fighting Illini, a Big Ten hoops win, 105-97 over Minnesota. The injury-depleted Northwestern Wildcats went on the road and won over Maryland 68-61. The news is a service of McGrath Lexus in Westmont and Chicago. Experience the next level of excellence at McGrath Lexus in nearby Westmont and downtown Chicago. When you do the math, you'll choose McGrath. Visit new and pre-owned inventory online, McGrathLexus.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Charlie Kirk sees more looking down on the voters.
Tom Tillis, our base cannot possibly know what's at stake at the level that any well-briefed U.S. senator should know about what's at stake if Putin wins. You guys are just too stupid, is what Tom Tillis is saying. You know, all of you that send emails and make phone calls, that pay your taxes, just stop trying.
The Charlie Kirk Show. Afternoons at 1, right before Sebastian Gorka at 3 on AM 560. The Answer.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 844-57-BIBLE. That's 844-57-BIBLE. 844-57-BIBLE.
Tired of being in the dark about what happens day to day under the dome in Springfield? Do you want to be more informed in the decision-making process? If so, you need Blue Room Stream, a live and archived video streaming service that provides access to government meetings and events. With Blue Room Stream, you can watch elected officials in action, holding them accountable, and having your say on issues that matter most to you. Blue Room Stream is the perfect way to stay informed about Illinois state government and to be a more engaged citizen. Become a subscriber today at BlueRoomStream.com.
Life is complicated enough without having to worry about your financial concerns when you retire. In a perfect world, your retirement funds would just be there when you reach retirement age.
But it's not a perfect world, and you really need to look ahead and be proactive to manage the dollars you've earned.
The team at Wealth Management Group can help. Uncomplicate your financial future and talk to the team at Wealth Management Group today.
Call 833-WMG-PLAN. That's 833-WMG-PLAN. Or investwithWMG.com.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code RADIO for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code RADIO.
538. Let's check the roads in the Team Hochberg Traffic Center. Winfield this morning. Roosevelt just west of Wynwood reported an accident, and police are investigating a much earlier accident, but it is bottling up the intersection of County Line in Barrington just west of Brinker Road. Stevenson already jamming up Ashland into the Ryan merge. The Ryan itself jammed up from the Bishop Ford I-57 split up through 87. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Not as cold today. Plenty of sunshine. High 45. A low of 32 overnight and 51 tomorrow. Currently 20 at O'Hare, 21 at Midway, 16 in Aurora. Your next news update is at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Get Down to Business with Shalom Klein, the show for business powered by Mirabali Insurance. Sunday evenings at 6.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Just following up on your concern for John Thune's social.
Yeah, his social calendar is going to be a little empty. I mean, he just follows him everywhere. It's so cute.
Yeah, so John Thune needs a new best friend because Mitch McConnell is leaving, and he's still be around, but it won't have. And then and then in a couple of years he won't be around, and then what John Thune's going to do? So I have an idea. Just came to me.
Okay.
His new best friend can be Susan Collins.
Oh.
Because I could just imagine, I thought of that, and then I immediately, the image of Henry Fonda and Katharine Hepburn from On Golden Pond popped into my head, and I could just see them.
Arthur.
Yeah. Susan Collins already talks like that, and John, I could totally, and I could see John Thune with the little fishing hat out, and taking his great grandkids out to fish while he's waiting to be told how to vote in the Senate.
Did you see Susan Collins? She gingerly went up to him and gave him a hug on the Senate floor after he made his announcement.
Yeah.
It was so sweet.
Yeah.
Everybody's so old and feeling. Chuck Schumer, slid over there and shook his hand. I mean, these people are so old.
Yeah, I know. It's the cast of Cocoon. I know. We all know. One other thing about Rick Scott I wanted to mention, though, too, in terms of him possibly being a consensus conservative choice, even though I know people may like a Rand Paul or a Ted Cruz or a Mike Lee better. And I probably do, too. But, Rick Scott's not a dynamic guy, but he is a competent guy. And he has done some... He has put together a pretty good conservative reform record, not just in the Senate, but lest we forget, during his time as governor of Florida. From Jeb to Rick Scott to Ron DeSantis, there is a thread, and it continues to get better. But each of those individuals deserve credit for making Florida what it has become, including, of course, the incumbent. So I just fodder for thought and discussion. All right, we have to get to this other matter.
Oh, boy.
This came over the transom
Late
last
night,
evening. Yeah. Of course, if there's a bad idea or anything that would run afoul of a free society, Illinois wants to get in on that action. And so yesterday, a Cook County judge got Illinois in on that action following Maine and Colorado in kicking Trump off of the ballot. One Cook County Judge, Tracy Porter.
Don't say her name.
Yeah.
I don't want to. She's a complete narcissist, and she is doing this to get her name out there, to look like a hero.
Do you know her?
No, I've had an interaction with her in the past.
You have?
Yes.
What? How?
I know. It was at an event, and I am sick to my stomach that she did.
Wait,
this.
tell me more.
No, I was years ago.
No.
Oh,
You can't say I had an interaction with one of the great legal minds of our generation, Tracy Porter, Cook County's machine-slated Cook County judge. You can't say I had an interaction with her and then not tell us the nature of that interaction. I'm compelling you. I'll subpoena you to testify under oath.
I'm pleading the fifth. No, I was at some event. I really can't. I've got Alzheimer's. I can't remember where I was, but it just doesn't surprise me when I saw her picture. I'm like, oh, of course.
Well,
of course. Black female judge in Chicago trying to make a name for herself. I don't know if she's trying to elevate her career or just, it's her civic duty, she thinks, in her mind to take down Trump. But this is just another part of election interference.
Your Honor, permission to treat the witness as hostile. Isn't it true that you do remember exactly what that interaction was like, and that you're refusing to testify, though you're compelled to. You're compelled to.
I don't have that in my contract.
So what? I mean,
Well, regardless of that,
was it a like a cocktail party?
Yes.
Was it a fist fight? So now you do remember?
No, it's
Oh,
not
interesting.
a fist fight. Yeah.
So what happened? Did she insult your dress or something?
No, nothing like that. I was just, at the same event that she was at, and she was hanging around the same group of liberal Democrats. Well, everybody's a liberal Democrat, and you're just the Republican in the room watching.
Were you not allowed to hang out with the cool kids? Is that it? You were told to stand in the corner?
Oh, I know. Nobody puts baby in the corner.
Did she take the last crab puff? I mean, what was the what was the interaction?
I don't want to.
Well, how bad could it be?
I'm just saying that the move itself. I don't know. I just think that these judges, all of them, the ones that I know, I think so highly of themselves, and they think they're like the second coming. And
Well, what did she say? Was
it
she
just
like,
her
wait?
attitude.
She just has a haughty attitude.
There you go.
Did she?
She didn't grab my lower back like Obama did. She didn't do anything like Barack did back in the day.
He
Say
must have
hi
thought
to
you
you
were-
like holding the center of your back.
He must have thought you were Larry Sinclair.
Hey.
Oh no.
Oh, that's so rude.
No.
But it doesn't, the fact that she did this just makes me sick. And I know I shouldn't be surprised, Dan, but when I was driving home and I heard it on the radio, I about pulled off the road. Like, we don't have a choice. But here's the thing that I want to ask you. Early voting started February 15th.
Yeah.
So people have already voted for Trump in the
And you
primary,
can continue
so-
to. His name's on the ballot. You can continue voting for him. This will have no impact. I mean,
And she put a stay on her own order right after she brought down the order.
I mean, I'm surprised by the fact that you suggest she is arrogant in any way, because she was so humble in this decision that she wrote that her decision could perhaps not be the ultimate outcome. She recognized that a Cook County judge is not more powerful than the United States Supreme Court, which is something you don't get a lot in Cook County. So I appreciate that sort of humility from Judge Porter there.
I just feel bad for Trump because how much
Feel
money
bad
is he
for him.
spending on attorneys? Well, they have to appeal. They said they'll appeal the Trump campaign last night, so they're going
I wouldn't
to
even
appeal. They have
bother.
until Friday.
I wouldn't even. The appeal's already pending. This is just piling on. So it doesn't even matter. I wouldn't even go through waste the time and money. Fine. He should instead. And I saw the statement he issued, which was the statement you would expect.
Right.
This is outrageous and blah blah. Election interference, and we'll immediately appeal, and they're going to be rebuked and all that. That's true. I would have gone the other way. Thank you.
Really?
Thank you, Judge Porter. Thank you. This is what I mean. Again, do you need, in case you needed another example of what I've been saying, let me introduce you to Cook County, Illinois. Let me introduce you to one of their fungible machine-slated judges. This is what they do. So, again, thank you for making it clear that in jurisdictions run by the left, in an unqualified way, where there is no competition and there is nothing even resembling accountability, if you're not their preferred candidate, then you're not allowed to participate.
Nope.
Thank
Let
you.
the people decide. God, it just. And then I got a text message, and somebody wanted me to ask you this question: how much did Pritzker pay Porter to make that ruling?
Oh God, this. What you think this helps? Who does this help? This helps Trump. I mean, spill, cry no tears for Donald Trump. This helps him politically. Illinois is irrelevant in almost every way, but certainly politically with respect to the presidential race. The decision is completely redundant because of what is pending before the Supreme Court. Right. If Colorado and Maine don't stand, then Illinois and any other state won't stand either. You've had 31 challenges to Trump's status on the ballot. 31 states have or are fielding a challenge, and now 3 of them have removed him. Dozen more have dismissed those claims or adjudicated them and said he stays on the ballot. So I mean, this is just straight politics. So I guess this serves the cocktail set in Cook County, and they can pretend they did something to save democracy, from their perspective or something like this. The same way that Hunter Biden is not going to smoke crack for the next 6 months to try to save democracy. Wonderful. Completely irrelevant to everybody else's life. But you have that interest to serve, or right, you want your star turn. What you want to get your chance to be on The View or something? Fine.
The hero du jour from the left.
This is not putting anything upon Trump. It is helping him. Just as, the indictments, obviously, that's a little bit different because his freedom is at stake, and you do have to spend tens of millions of dollars in legal fees. But it nevertheless, if you just look at it strictly from a political perspective, it obviously substantially helped him. So this is just the left providing more help.
312.
They think it's demonizing him further. They think it'll make him, more and more box office poison than he already is. But they are so inside their own heads. They are so within their own little bubble that is, thick like the walls at Fort Knox. They have no appreciation for the reaction of ordinary people to this sort of imperious conduct. So keep acting this way and keep stoking the energy for Trump. That's what this does.
I love the headline. Illinois judge removes Trump from state ballot because of insurrectionist ban. Do I even have to say it? He never was charged with insurrection.
Doug Schoen is a former Trump impeachment attorney. He had this to say.
It's not democracy. It's as anti-democratic as it gets. They're going to get slammed by the Supreme Court. Illinois has long, and especially Cook County, long been heavy-handed with ballot access. I had to go into the federal district court there to challenge the constitutionality of ballot access law, and another heavy-handed move they made. They slammed them. They were so adamant about it. When I went to the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals, they sent 6 lawyers in to argue against me, and they lost again. They're going to lose this time. It's horrible. It sends a terrible message to the American people. Why are they afraid of the ballot? The ballot is what really makes this country work.
Yeah, I'm with
Why
him.
are they afraid of the ballot? Yeah. We like elections Soviet style here.
Yeah. What do you always say? I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to give it to you good and hard.
Dan in Salem, Wisconsin.
Dan and Amy, talk about democracy, oppression. These Democrats are doing exactly what they blame Republicans for. And as far as that New York, with that Statue of Liberty, liberty is freedom. They need to take it down what they did to Trump. There's no liberty anywhere for a conservative. Thank you.
Thanks for the call, Dan. Bob in Buffalo Grove.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Thanks for taking my call. Always good talking to you. Explain to me legally what Trump did wrong in Illinois. There was no legal insurrection yet with regards to Trump. It's all political, as you said, Dan. And I'll be voting soon. I wonder what my ballot will say on there, because the ballots are already right.
But what about electronic? Would he be taken off that?
No. The ballot's going to, first of all, I understand that you want the chance to cast your vote and cast your vote for Trump if that's who you want to vote for. But yeah, this is not going to change anything. This is sound and fury signifying nothing other than Tracy Porter's ambition.
Say her name.
Yeah, the judge's argument, since Bob asked legally, is essentially that, because he is guilty of inciting an insurrection, as you've heard before, these fallacious, I should say, 14th Amendment arguments. So given that he incited an insurrection under the 14th Amendment, combined with the ruling by the Colorado Supreme Court, Trump falsely swore that he was legally qualified for office in his filing with the state, and he's not legally qualified for office, so he's off the ballot. That's essentially the argument.
Okay.
It's not a very good one. And that's why it's not going to go anywhere. But anyway, that's...
Glad we have you here.
That's what they're going with. Okay, great. Keep pounding away. Don't let people forget for a minute who you are and what you aim to do. The kind of society we're going to live in if you're left in power. Please, we try to remind people as much every day about on that very issue. If the other side that we're trying to remind people about is going to do the reminding for us, I welcome it. Thank you. Here's just as a related story. I mean, this is something. This is what you want to understand what they actually believe. I mean, you need to hear the hysteria on the other side. You need to hear what they think is going to happen and what all these other people who've had their brain stems disconnected and just repeat MSNBC can't actually run around thinking and saying. I wouldn't say thinking, run around reciting dutifully. And feeling. They don't think, they feel and they recite. Feel and recite. So Mad Dog Maddow over at MSNBC, this is basically center-cut reaction on the left to a completely anticipated decision by the Supreme Court to take up Trump's immunity claims in the Jan 6 case, in D.C.
Right.
Completely anticipated that this would ultimately go to the Supreme Court. In fact, on the day he was indicted, you knew the immunity claim he was going to make, and you knew that ultimately the Supreme Court was going to have to weigh in here. So now the Supreme Court has granted cert, and they've set oral arguments for April 22nd. And it's unlikely, as we've been telling you for weeks on the show, that any of these trials, because of what Fani Willis did, because of the complications in the classified document case, just how dense that case is with respect to discovery, and because of these immunity claims made by the former president that are ultimately going to have to be taken up by the Supreme Court. We told you these trials are not going to go before the November election, with the exception of Manhattan, which is scheduled for March 25th, which is why I have this concern, which is why I've been ranting about the sort of messaging Trump should be doing. But anyway, so completely expected. And yet here is Mad Dog Maddow telling you what's going to happen because of SCOTUS's decision to weigh in on the matter of Trump's immunity claims.
Based on what they have done without having to wait for the ruling, is that they are ensuring that Trump will not face trial. And when they inevitably rule that presidents aren't immune from prosecution after they leave office, what that will tell Donald Trump, if by then he is president, is that he can never leave the office of the presidency.
Right.
And if he is voted out in 2028, he cannot leave office, and he is willing to he is welcome to commit any crimes he wants to, as long as he is still president, in order to ignore the result of that election and stay in power for life, because otherwise he's going to go to prison when he gets out.
I mean, does she need some counseling?
It may have been Chris Hayes. I always confuse the two. Kim on the South Side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, Dan and Amy. Good morning. I got a question. I'm a Cook County election judge, Republican. Would it be helpful?
You're a what?
A Cook County election judge? A Republican judge?
A Republican judge in Cook County? Come on.
Seriously. They need them.
Yeah. No, I've heard. Yeah. All right.
Somebody had mentioned on the Sean Thompson show a while back, if they did this, if we all came together and quit on them, would that send a message, help out at all, not help? What do you think?
We give them even more free reign to manipulate the results.
Exactly. I was thinking that too. So is it?
No, I don't think so. Look, hey, we always say, as long as you're going to stay in Chicago and Illinois, at least put in the fight where you can, while you can. So I said, no, absolutely. I'd walk in there proudly, and I'd have a thank you Tracy Porter T-shirt on, and so on and so forth. Yeah, no, absolutely. Stick it right to them. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Enjoy the angst and the anger and the hysteria coming from their side. Just revel in it and right in their faces. Okay. Absolutely. No, stick it out.
Okay, we'll do.
Thanks for the call, Kim. Appreciate it.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 6:06, oh, man. The mayor of Athens, Georgia, on the murder of Laken Riley. Wow. You're going to want to hear it. 6:06.
And don't you know Hunter Biden? He's just a regular schmegular citizen, says one congresswoman. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
A Cook County judge orders Donald Trump removed from the state ballot. Case will be appealed by Trump's attorneys. Trial continues in the case of a man accused of killing a Chicago police officer. Chicago man is charged with murder in a Maywood New Year's shooting. WIND Chicago News Time is 6 o'clock.
Will the Supreme Court let former President Trump off the hook? I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. It'll take up his case attempting to get the federal 2020 election-related criminal case thrown out. Arguments are set for April 22nd.
With the justices limiting the question to this: whether and if so, to what extent does a former president enjoy presidential immunity from criminal prosecution for conduct alleged to involve official acts during his tenure in office?
Fox's Shannon Bream. A ruling may not come until June. That trial was initially set to start next Monday. A judge's ruling in Illinois makes it the third state to remove the Trump name from the primary ballot, claiming he's constitutionally disqualified for leading an insurrection, the Capitol riot. Now, he can appeal that, like he did in Maine, and the Supreme Court's already considering the former president's appeal to a similar ruling in Colorado. Today, dueling Trump-Biden border visits in Texas amid record illegal immigration. The president will be in Brownsville. The former president will go to Eagle Pass, where more migrants have crossed. The White House calls the Trump visit a political stunt. Fox's Jackie Heinrich pressed Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre on that.
This administration has often criticized Republicans when they go to the border and hold similar press conferences as saying that they're doing publicity stunts and photo ops. So how is this any different?
Oh, it's very different. What House Republicans have done is nothing. Absolutely nothing. If anything, they consistently get in the way.
There's a lot of wildfire ruin in the Texas Panhandle region. More than 1 million acres have burned. One woman is dead. Russia's leader is speaking out on his war in Ukraine with a NATO warning.
In a week where France floated the idea of Western troops helping Ukraine's defense, Russian President Vladimir Putin warned, don't they understand the danger of nuclear conflict? He also claimed the United States is trying to inflict strategic defeat on Russia.
That's Fox's Jonathan Savage. America's listening to Fox News.
6:02, 20 degrees, wind chills in the single digits in spots. On AM 560, The Answer, good morning. I'm Mike Scott. As you've been talking about with Dan and Amy, a Cook County judge ruled Illinois State Board of Elections must take former President Donald Trump's name off the state's March 19 primary ballot, but she placed her order on hold until Friday. An appeal is expected. Murder charges have been filed in a shooting that killed an innocent bystander who stopped to buy his wife a lottery ticket at a corner store. Police say 59-year-old Simon Brown was killed. 3 others, including one of the alleged gunmen, were badly hurt in gunfire that broke out in the city's Greater Grand Crossing neighborhood. Family of a man gunned down by Carroll Stream police are suing the officers involved and their department. The federal suit claims wrongful death and other counts in the death of Isaac Goodloe. The plaintiff's attorney is Andrew Stroh.
Stephen and I and the family painfully watched these officers break into Isaac's bedroom, and shoot him unarmed in the sanctity of his own home.
The National Weather Service confirming multiple tornado touchdowns in the Chicago area and across the state on Tuesday, mostly EF0 or EF1 tornadoes. No injuries have been reported. Transportation industry leaders are urging Governor J.B. Pritzker and other legislative leaders to keep their promise to rebuild Illinois roads and bridges and stop the behind closed doors diversion of desperately needed road funds. Hidden in the fine print, Pritzker's budget calls for a diversion of $175 million of gas tax monies committed to fund things like bridge repair and road improvement. Those funds will be diverted primarily to Chicago-based public transit systems.
And $1 billion in road and bridge repairs are significant projects that
will be left undone.
The plan came at a cost to taxpayers of about $45 billion. Bulls rallied to hold off the Cavaliers 132-123 in double overtime. Skipper Craig Counsell went up against his old team and beat the Brewers 6-1 in spring training action, while the White Sox lost to San Diego. Big Ten hoops, number 16 Fighting Illini. A win over Minnesota at Assembly Hall, 105-97, while the injury-depleted Northwestern Wildcats stayed on a roll, 3-game win streak, and a road win over Maryland, 68-61. The news is powered by CharlesEquipment.com, keeping the lights on when unexpected storms cause loss of power at your business. Get help quickly at CharlesEquipment.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager always speaks the truth.
Another guy defeated women in a sport. This is a girls' high jump contest. It's a matter of truth. It's not a matter of pro-trans, anti-trans. It's a matter of truth. It's a boy. That's why this person won the high jump contest.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Charlie Kirk at 1 on AM 560. The Answer.
You know, our friends at Henry Repeating Arms, they manufacture a line of very high-quality rifles, shotguns, and revolvers that you can be very proud to own. Now, they're made in America with parts and materials also from America. Now, they use old-world craftsmanship combined with cutting-edge technology to deliver reliable and accuracy that you can trust in any situation. Now, they're easy to use and maintain. It makes them an excellent choice for both a novice and experienced shooter. Henry has over 200 models, so you can find the firearm that's right for you. There's also new releases all throughout the year. And every purchase is backed by their lifetime warranty and the company's owner. Anthony Imperato also gives his personal guarantee for 100% satisfaction. Now, make sure you go to their website, henryusa.com. Order their free catalog. They'll send you free decals and a list of dealers where you are. That's henryusa.com. Free catalog, free decals, and a list of dealers where you are. You're going to love this company and these firearms like I do.
This is the time of year to enjoy life, so stop letting pain in your joints keep you from doing what you want to do this spring. Call QC Kinetics now. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief, folks. No surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. QC Kinetics is literally transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. No pain pills, no risky surgery. This is an all-natural solution. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients who've reclaimed their mobility. Take action now. Live your best life this spring and summer. It's a great use of your tax refund, by the way. So call QC Kinetics for a free consultation. New locations in Crystal Lake and Gurnee. 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955.
6:07. Let's get an update on the roads this morning. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. Outbound Kennedy delays stacking up River Road to Mannheim on the way out to the big airport this morning. Stevenson at 25 and climbing already between the Tri-State and DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Brake lights flashing Ashland into the Dan Ryan. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast with our AccuWeather meteorologist, Steve Williams.
Plenty of sun, not as cold. The high today at 45. It'll be clear tonight, low 32. For tomorrow, some sun, then increasing cloudiness. High tomorrow at 51. And then sunshine on Saturday. The high Saturday, 62. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently, we have in Chicago 20 degrees, clear skies, 17 in Joliet, 17 in Waukegan, 16 in Morris. Your next news update is at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Emmy. Big day at the border. President Biden is going down there to shuffle around for a bit and bitch about Republicans being obstinate. But get that photo op of being down at the border so he can feign interest in border security.
Yeah, well, he's going to Brownsville, which yesterday, 12 people crossed over, a baker's dozen. And Trump's going to where the action's at, and that's Eagle Pass. And yes, on Monday, they had 511 illegals cross there. So it's complete photo op. Why would he choose Brownsville? If I was a reporter covering that story, I would never, ever go to Brownsville. Used to be a hot spot years ago, but that's not where people are crossing.
So did you just answer your own question?
Yeah, I guess so. I love talking to myself, Dan.
Well, I mean, why is he going there? Because that's not a place where people are crossing. Hello, Fox Butterfield. That's why he's going there. So he wants to go. He wants to go stand next to that hole in the wall in the San Diego sector where you just have people endlessly streaming in, and the property owners sitting there watching them helpless to do anything, and Border Patrol sitting there watching them helpless to do anything, and the president will stand there watching them helpless to do anything, or at least he'll pretend to be helpless to do anything. That's not a great photo op. That's not what they're looking for.
Delegation of senators went down, and there's a family and a mom and a dad, and they're literally crossing the Rio Grande behind there where they set up their press conference.
It's
clown world.
It is surreal, and I expect more of that today, more surrealism today. But meanwhile, back at the ranch for the families that are bearing the brunt of the lawlessness at the border, like the Riley family in Georgia, the mayor of Athens, Georgia, a guy named Kelly Gertz, had a press conference yesterday to address public safety in Athens, Georgia, in the wake of that gruesome murder of Laken Riley. And, boy.
Dear Lord.
Georgia doesn't allow for sanctuary city designations, but when you listen to Kelly Gertz, it's pretty clear that he's sort of a sanctuary city guy.
Yeah.
In from per his disposition. And the residents know it. And so some residents showed up to protest Kelly Gertz at this little
it was awesome
press conference that was supposed to, allay people's fears about Athens, Georgia being a safe place. Well, listen to how he started and the reaction it got.
Humanity is the expectation of human dignity. While 2019 was not that long ago, you might remember the dynamic we were living in the late teens in this country, where you had the President of the United States speaking in the most vile terms about people who were foreign born. And you had that notion metastasizing in places like Charlottesville.
This is an invasion!
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. You start off a briefing on public safety in your community after a nursing student is brutally murdered by talking about the dignity of everyone and Trump in 2019 and what he said about illegal immigrants and Charlottesville.
312-642.
Talk about a tell.
Yeah, 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment.
So as you started to hear, that drew a reaction from those in the peanut gallery, and that reaction continued.
When I was younger, I was a criminal. And you know what I thought about doing? Crossing the border to Mexico to get away from my crimes.
Son, I'm going to ask you to
Thanks
leave.
Jesus Christ, he saved me, and I no longer live that lawless life, which you do.
Son, I'm going to ask you to leave.
You are lawless, Mr. Mayor.
I'll be glad to schedule some time with you if you'd like some individual time.
Yeah, I'd like to spend some time with you.
I love it. And the reporters that were in the room, when people were screaming, "You're a liar," there was 25 different people saying that. They sat there like, give it to him. Nobody tried to interrupt or say, "Hey, you're not a reporter. Why are you in this room?" No, they let him go. They let him cook, so to speak.
You are the lawless one. You are living the lawless life, Mr. Mayor. That didn't stop Gertz.
What we wish to do is dignify everybody's humanity. There's nothing in that
No,
resolution
no,
that
that's
creates.
not the law. You took an oath to uphold the law, not your feelings or nor your opinion.
Chief, I don't know if
That's
that's
what you're upholding. No, sir. You're talking BS to us right now.
I need to answer one question.
Bring it hard. This is so good.
Kelly Gertz continued. Kind of environment that he wants to create in Athens, Georgia. But listen very closely who he's focused on creating this safe environment for.
That those families that are here came here under less than ideal circumstances. I've outlined my desire for better federal legislation that would standardize the immigration process. We've not been living in that environment. I mentioned I was a career educator. I've worked with a lot of students and their families in this community. And the practical reality is that those families tend to be blended amongst a variety of immigration statuses. We want to create a stable environment for people in our communities. And when that community is disrupted by hate or vitriol, that's not a safe environment for their school children and their families to live in.
Could he be more tone deaf? I mean, he's saying that we should respect criminals. It's very bizarre.
Right. Safe and comfortable environment that not disrupted by hate or vitriol, maybe in some cases murder. This is what you're dealing with.
He's
Ed in
public
Oak Brook.
enemy right now.
You know what? I'm listening to this guy, and he's making me sick, and like all liberals do. But everyone's already forgotten what this girl went through. Let's talk about how this animal approached her. Let's talk about her dreams and aspirations. Let's talk about her family now that's going to look at her for holidays or whatever, and she ain't going to be there. But they're always going to think that this animal that Joey brought over the border personally to do with this girl, what happened to this girl. Nobody's talking about that. It's always that these illegals have rights over everybody. But you know what? No one cares about the actual pain and suffering that this girl went through. And I wish you would find some of your idiot listeners that support Biden and have them answer that question. Have a nice day.
Yeah, I just kept going. What about the dignity of Laken Hope Riley? I mean, that was just lost yesterday. I mean, and who the hell does he think he is to make Athens a sanctuary city if it's illegal in the state of Georgia?
Well, he's not making it a sanctuary city. It's just he's doing it in a de facto way. I mean, just by his attitude, you can tell what he believes, the words that he used. I mean, it's the backlash. It's the same thing we had in when we were dealing with a more pressing threat of Islamofascism. Oh, the backlash. It's always the backlash. It's never the people that were slaughtered. It's never the sense of the sensibility of the underlying policy. It's just the backlash against marginalized populations, and I'm going to be the great vanguard of the marginalized. Mm-hmm. 19-year-old Honduran man has been arrested in Kenner, Louisiana, following a series of violent crimes. The investigation into this 19-year-old Honduran began February 20th when the local police notified of a rape of a 14-year-old girl at knife point. Then on Sunday, police responded to a stabbing. Then police say a man was getting out of his vehicle and approached by this guy demanding his property. During the robbery, stabbed the victim multiple times in his face and his back. Victim taken to hospital is in stable condition. He was arrested and booked on one count of armed robbery, aggravated battery, first-degree rape, and aggravated assault. A nice detainer was issued for this 19-year-old Honduran. People are huddled masses yearning to be free, like this 19-year-old Honduran, like the Venezuelan who murdered Laken Riley.
Like another Venezuelan who shot and killed a 2-year-old girl.
But I know we're supposed to remember that, hey, Right. There's some eggs are going to be broken when we're making this omelet that Kelly Gertz was describing, the safe, hate-free environment where there's no vitriol and we don't have a president stating obvious things like there's a percentage of people coming into this country illegally who are bad hombres, which is what he said, which is 100% correct. Now we got to focus on the big picture. We can't focus on the lives of the little people, right? California Representative Katie Porter, Senate candidate.
Well, I think when a horrible tragedy like this happens, I think whenever we're dealing with violent crime, there is a sense of outrage, of sadness, and of loss. But I think the important thing to focus on is any one instance shouldn't shape our overall immigration policy, which has so many different facets, including economic choices about what workers to allow in and how to create prosperity in America. So the situation is tragic and it's a loss, and it's important to acknowledge that, but also to recognize how all the other parts of immigration policy fit together.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get hung up on the murder of a nursing student or the rape of a 14-year-old, okay? You can't get hung up on these things.
Or the murder of a 2-year-old. And we can go on, and Molly Tibbetts will go on. And KJP was asked about Laken Riley yesterday. I'll just play some of this. She's reading from her. While the reporter's asking her the question about, she's flipping through her binder.
Karine, has the president spoken to the family of Laken Hope Riley, the young Georgia student who was murdered allegedly at the hands of an undocumented immigrant?
So first of all, I do want to extend our deepest condolences to the family and loved ones of Laken Hope Riley.
I don't even want to hear. I'm sorry, I even played it, but she's reading from her binder. She has zero empathy.
Tom in Blue Island. Hey, Tom. Tom is having phone troubles. All right. Jim in Crown Point.
Pocket dialed us.
Yes, Mark Twain said, God practiced making idiots, and then he made politicians.
Hi-oh. Thanks for the call, Jim. Mary Kay, Western Springs.
Oh, I like the slam or talking about blended families of illegals. Got to feel sympathy for the blended families. That's just one of the many stupid comments this guy made. As a mother of a 22-year-old young woman, watching these stories, it's so scary, Amy, and it makes me think, I know it happens all over. I know the Venezuelans are everywhere. Thinking about what happened
in Venezuela.
The crime's down in Venezuela.
You're right. I know, because they all came here. Why wouldn't they? They let the jails out probably and told them to go over here. And what can we do? The only thing we can do is reform immigration law, get Trump back in office. And I wish that these people talking about the overall picture and everything were more afraid for the Americans, because I'm afraid for the Americans. And I'm getting I'm getting emotional because it is wrong on so many levels. So just vote for Trump, get these people out of Washington, and hope for the best with the next administration, because I mean, I don't even know what else to say.
Thanks for the call, Mary Kay. Well, I would say, yeah, it's a worry about the safe, stable environment for Americans and, frankly, other migrants. I don't want, even if people came here illegally, I don't wish them any harm unless they wish others harm or act in furtherance of committing harm. But we said this before. I mean, you've got a mixed bag there, too, in close quarters, and you've got fights breaking out. You've got an element of thuggery and cartel and functionaries and gang members that are all mixed in here, too. And so there are migrants that are as in much or more danger than Americans. And where's the concern for the migrants from the Kelly Gertzes of the world and the Katie Porters of the world? The peaceful migrants who should have entered through a port of entry and not just crossed the border or coyote themselves here, but who are otherwise not going to commit violent crimes. Where's the concern for them? I don't hear that. I was talking to a friend of mine at an event the other day, and he's got a real connection to Cuba. And he was talking to a friend of his who has got his family pay to get his family over here from Cuba. And I mean recently, I'm not talking in the Castro era.
Okay.
Not that much has changed. And 2 prices. The no rape price or the other one?
Oh, God, Dan, that's awful. I know, and
Reality.
somebody die and just drown crossing the Rio Grande.
Okay,
Nobody cares.
No rape price.
Yeah.
The no rape price was $4,000 more than the standard price. And you want to encourage? You want to encourage that business? Because that's what you do when you say, "Come at your leisure." Tom in Blue Island, try again.
Hey, good morning, Dan. Amy. Dan, it seems to me when one of these people are murdered, it's almost like you can sense that these leftists, their point of view is like, damn, what are we going to say about that? It's like, I just get the feeling they couldn't care less about this young lady. I read a story the other day that the crime rate in some of these countries has plummeted. Like they call it a rumor when you say that they're emptying the prisons, but boy, it seems like there's a possibility of a correlation there. And then you wonder if this Athens, Georgia mayor is angling for Mayorkas's job.
Thanks for the call, Tom. Doug in South Loop. Doug, South Loop, Chicago's Morning Answer. You're on.
Oh, yeah. I actually, following up on what that fellow just said, my question for you is, this guy, the mayor of Athens, Georgia, he knows without a doubt that what he's saying is going to be extremely upsetting even to many Democrats, since it's like 70% of the people oppose what's going on at the border. So the question is why do you think that the whole point is to stir up unrest and hatred? And that it seems to be, that's my question.
Well, I'm glad he showed who he really was.
Thanks for the call. Well, yeah, the question, it's an interesting one. The question is he being provocative to stoke the backlash that he fears, to make it self-fulfilling? Remembering that the left is no stranger to violence. In fact, that's one of their calling cards. So if you're not getting the violence that you want, to demonize Charlottesville. He mentioned Charlottesville. If you're not getting the Charlottesville story that you want, then you try to goad it into existence by being purposefully provocative and insensitive. It's an interesting concept. Now, the flip side, particularly when he said, as a lifelong educator, now I got it. The flip side is he could just be, a completely lobotomized leftist that just is unable to recite anything other than what you see on people's T-shirts and on their yard signs in Hinsdale. So competing theories. It could be a combination of the two. I don't know. That guy didn't strike me as clever enough to be, to be sort of passive aggressively incendiary for the purposes of trying to stoke the backlash. I think that's just, the only words that he knows. That's the only way he knows how to communicate about anything, even the murder of a nursing student. Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
You are a creator. You've been inspired to design and craft incredible works of art. But nothing derails you like not having the right materials you need to get the project done. K&S Precision Metals prides itself on having the right metal pieces for you to be a maker. With a huge array of metal products for every part of your project, from beginning design to the finished product, K&S Precision Metals provides brass, aluminum, copper, stainless steel tubing, wire, and more. K&S Precision Metals only supplies the highest quality metal items. Each piece is pure metal with no lead or fillers. You can feel good that your project is made with metal manufactured right here in the USA. K&S Precision Metals are used by the medical and movie industries, artists, crafters, engineers, and educators. Family owned and operated in Chicago for over 76 years. Most orders are shipped within a day. Order direct at ksmetals.com. That's ksmetals.com. K&S Precision Metals. Our materials, your creations.
And Laken Riley's funeral is tomorrow, and I hope people give her the respect she deserves.
I hope Kelly Gertz isn't scheduled for a eulogy.
Oh, God. Oh, dear Lord. He better stay away from that because he will get it once again. All right. Balance of nature. I think I need to take some because I'm all flustered this morning. Whew, breathe. 31 fruits and vegetables in those bad boys. Real food, real science, real nutrition. The fruits and veggies are in a capsule, and they're powdered after an advanced vacuum cold process, which stabilizes the maximum nutrient content. So feel good that you're doing something for yourself. 800-246-8751. That's the number to call. Use discount code Chicago or go online to balanceofnature.com. Discount code Chicago.
The most common form of treatment for the arthritic joints is normally cortisone injections and gel shots and over-the-counter medications. And most patients have tried all of that and are still in pain.
Every day, Dr. Aaron Wolkoff, a QC Kinetics medical director, meets patients who have exhausted every method to get relief. They've been told surgery is their only option.
They want to stay away from that path, and they come to us almost as the last hope. So we're using our own body's properties to help manage pain, to help slow arthritis down, keep the patients active with no downtime, and getting back to what they enjoy doing. I mean, I love what I do.
QC Kinetics regenerative treatments from our board-certified providers help heal and restore aching joints. No surgery, harmful drugs, or downtime. Call for your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Larry Nora, founder and CEO of UStore, a network of award-winning self-storage facilities in the Chicago area, and a customer of Signature Bank. We've developed over 70 storage centers throughout the city and suburbs, and our business continues to grow. We need a bank who understands the neighborhoods and communities where we are making investments. We found that in Signature Bank. They know this city and its neighborhoods because they are based right here in Chicago. Finding a local banking institution like Signature Bank has been critical to the success of UStore, and we look forward to a long-term relationship.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. To learn more about turning your business vision into reality, visit signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
There's some confusion about where she went to school. She did attend University of Georgia, but transferred last year to nearby Augusta University School of Nursing, and she was on the dean's list. Okay, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
No more words. You're telling me you love me while you're looking away. Who sang that song? Can you name that song?
I can
Sing it to yourself. Yeah. You know the song?
La, la, la.
No, this is Brian Ferry. I'm talking about
Are you talking
never
about
mind.
another song while this song is playing? Because
Yes.
I don't play those reindeer games. I can't
No, you
do
can't
that.
do that.
No, I
You
can
can't
harm.
do
I
that.
can't. I cannot do it.
All right. Well, maybe Andrew Klavan will help you out. Host of the Andrew Klavan Show on the Daily Wire, Hollywood screenwriter Andrew Klavan joins us at 6:36 to talk words.
Now into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
6:33 is our time on AM 560, The Answer. President Biden will be in Texas today addressing the surge of migrants illegally crossing the southern border. The White House saying the president will meet with Border Patrol agents in Brownsville. GOP presidential candidate Donald Trump will also be in Texas today in the town of Eagle Pass. The president's son, Hunter Biden, spoke to lawmakers yesterday about his overseas business affairs. What was discussed? Missouri Congressman Eric Burleson this morning.
You have a privileged child who still acts like a child.
He is denying the facts that are before him, and he's contradicting nearly all of the previous testimony from the many witnesses that have come forward.
During remarks, Hunter Biden reaffirmed his father, he says, wasn't involved in any business ventures. Smokehouse Creek fires claimed a life in the Texas Panhandle. Hutchinson County says a body of an 83-year-old woman was found on Wednesday in the town of Stinnett. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin will be grilled in a congressional hearing today over his decision not to tell the president or Congress about his recent surgery. Today is Leap Day. Fox's Tanya J. Powers has more on why this day rolls around only every 4 years.
It's Leap Day, that extra 24 hours tacked onto keeps us on track calendar-wise. But why do we have leap years? NASA says it's because the calendar year and Earth's orbit don't exactly match. 1 year on the calendar is 365 days, but it actually takes 6 extra hours per year for the Earth to orbit the sun. The extra hours have to be accounted for somehow, so every 4 years we add 24 hours, 6 times 4, to the calendar. Leap days are celebrated in different ways depending on where you are. In Ireland, women are encouraged to propose to their partners on Leap Day, and in parts of China, children give their parents gifts. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
A Cook County judge ruling the Illinois State Board of Elections must take former President Donald Trump's name off the state's March 19 primary ballot, but she placed her order on hold until Friday to allow for an appeal. Murder charges filed in a shooting that killed an innocent bystander who had stopped to buy his wife a lottery ticket at a corner store Monday. Police said 59-year-old Simon Brown was killed, 3 others badly hurt near 71st and State. National Weather Service confirming multiple tornadoes hit the ground in the Chicago area and across the state Tuesday, most of those EF0 or EF1 tornadoes, and there were no injuries. Bulls hold off the Cavaliers. Great contest in double overtime. 132-123. DeMar DeRozan, 35 points. Andre Drummond, 26 rebounds. Skipper Craig Counsell went up against his old team, the Brewers, for the first time as Cubs head man, and his team beat the Brewers 6-1. White Sox only mustered 4 hits in a spring training loss to San Diego. Big Ten hoops. Fighting Illini, another win over Minnesota 105-97, and the injury-depleted Northwestern Wildcats stayed on a roll, a road win over Maryland, 68-61. 6:36. We'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Brandon Tatum sees more shenanigans in Georgia.
So they lied about their relationship until 2022. Because let me tell you why. If they were to say we were in a relationship before I was appointed, then that's a clear sign that this was not an impartial appointment. So they make up a lie and say we got together a few months after I got appointed. It's all strategic.
The Officer Tatum Show. Weeknights at 8, right before Sean Hannity at 10 on AM 560. The Answer.
Imagine what your future looks like. Is the picture a little blurry? Hey, it's Sean Thompson here for Alpha Wealth Group. When we look ahead, we're visualizing where we want to be, and for retirement, that can be hard without a written financial plan. Tom Fortino of Alpha Wealth Group can help you bring your retirement picture into focus. For decades, Tom has been crafting customized financial strategies. His goal is to help you protect your savings, grow your wealth, and create an income strategy you cannot outlive. If you're nearing or already in retirement, it's time to get your plan on paper. So bring your readers and let's take a look at it closely. Call Tom at 630-934-1855 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. There is no cost, there is no obligation. This is a chance to get a clearer view of your retirement. The number again is 630-934-1855 or visit alphawealthgroup.com. And listen to the Alpha Wealth Hour Saturday mornings right here on AM 560 The Answer.
Advisory services through Retirement Wealth Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Alpha Wealth Group, licensed in Illinois.
For excellence in metal finishing, discover Reliable Plating.
a trusted name in Chicago since 1954. Reliable is a fourth-generation family business and offers a wide range of finishes on nearly any metal substrate. From black chrome to electroless nickel, from cadmium to precious metals, Reliable offers nearly every type of plating as well as chromating and passivating. They can also manage your polishing, buffing, or abrasive blasting requirements prior to plating. Every job, big or small, goes through meticulous planning and processing to ensure the results meet all the specifications and expectations of you or your customer. Allow Reliable Plating to become the plating department of your business. Reliable is ISO 9001 certified and ITAR registered. Reliable's promise, like their name, is clear: to continue a tradition of quality and dependability. Visit ReliablePlating.com and call Colt for quotes or questions. That's ReliablePlating.com.
Would you like a new home or $450,000 for only $100? You heard correctly. Gaelic Park Charities is excited to announce its $650,000 home or cash raffle. Hello, this is John Quinn, the voice of Irish sports and special events at Chicago Gaelic Park. On the 24th of March 2024, we're raffling off a new construction, two-story, single-family home located in the heart of Chicago's Mount Greenwood neighborhood. This beautiful custom home has 4 bedrooms and 2.5 baths with all the modern touches. The neighborhood has excellent schools, parks and amenities, and if you're not in the market for a new home, the winner can opt for a $450,000 cash prize instead. The proceeds of each $100 ticket benefit Gaelic Park Charities, a registered 501c3 dedicated to promoting and preserving Irish heritage and culture in Chicagoland. Purchase your tickets at ChicagoGaelicParkHouseRaffle.com. That's Chicago Gaelic, Gaelic, parkhouseraffle.com.
Business owners, own a custom-designed building from General Steel. Call 866-95-STEEL. That's 866-957-8335.
AM 560 news time is 6:40. A check of the roads, a service of Batteries Plus. Your car keeps you moving, and Batteries Plus is here to power your drive, whether it's your personal vehicle or a commercial fleet of cars and trucks. Reliable, road-ready batteries are fully charged in stores right now. Free testing and installation available too at batteriesplus.com. Bartlett, an accident reported. Route 59 and Army Trail. Itasca, an accident. Pierce Road and Hamilton Lakes. In Barrington, we told you earlier about that major police activity on County Line Road west of Brinker from an earlier serious crash. They did the investigation overnight. They've cleared that scene. Reagan already jamming up on I-88. The toll road slows up between Roosevelt and the Tri-State. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Not as cold today. Plenty of sunshine. High 45. Clear and 32 overnight. Tomorrow, a high of 51 with increasing clouds. It's 20 at O'Hare, 21 at Midway, 16 in Aurora, 17 at DuPage Airport. Your next news update is at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Now, do you remember it? Yeah.
Yes, I love this song.
Name the band.
Berlin.
Very good.
And empty promises.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. A little pitchy this morning.
The other Berlin hit. Come on, Top Gun.
Oh,
Come on.
That Top Gun song.
Yeah, right. Very good. Take my breath away. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's right. Take my breath away.
I didn't ask for you to sing it, please. Ruin all my childhood memories.
Yes.
All right, you know, the man with a plan for America happens to be in Argentina. I wonder if he's available. Javier Milei, Argentinian president, announced yesterday that he is banning the use of Marxist gender-neutral language in government documents. He's the anti-animatronic Anthony Blinken. The prohibition targets all-inclusive language. I mean, I just love this guy. Targets all-inclusive language and everything related to the gender perspective throughout the National Public Administration. His critics are saying this is a distraction from economic woes. So those critics are the party responsible for the economic woes, whose executive order on language he is reversing. So this is what I love. It's not a distraction when Anthony Blinken issues a memo to State Department employees saying don't use mom and dad. It is a distraction when Javier Milei says we're just going to use the language that actually reflects the reality we all understand: man, woman, he, her, etc. It's always politics when somebody else does it, other than the left. And by the way, just to put a fine point on it, the ban is a reversal of the measures introduced by the previous leftist presidents, de Kirchner and Alberto Fernandez, the latter, whose son recently changed his official gender to non-binary. Of course he did. His dad should follow suit. The move comes after Milei shuttered Argentina's Ministry of Women, Genders, and Diversity in December. Can you imagine? Why don't we have one of those? We might. I mean, I know college campuses do. They call it different things, but we basically do. You're right.
What is the title again?
The Ministry of Women, Genders, and Diversity.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Ayn Rand isn't this creative. And then he also, in February, shuttered the National Institute Against Discrimination, Xenophobia, and Racism. I mean, you can't combat discrimination and xenophobia and racism without an institute. That's what I always say. Oh, man. I mean, Milei is living up to advanced billing so far, mainly his own advanced billing, but very helpful. He is like to culture in the West right now what Florida was to COVID. For more on all of this, we're pleased to be joined by our friend Andrew Klavan, who recently wrote at his Substack, The New Jerusalem, a pretty good think piece, as he always does, thoughtful work, on the use of the language, including proper Shakespeare references, which I always appreciate. Andrew Klavan's an author, screenwriter. He's also the host of The Andrew Klavan Show at the Daily Wire. Andrew joins us now. Andrew, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
It's great to be here, guys. Thanks.
So I mean, the contrast this week between what's going on with Milei and Argentina and the memo for just the latest example issued by Tony Blinken.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think people on the right or people who just believe in common sense realize how much the way language is used affects what happens to us. When you pass a law that says every person should be allowed to take birth control pills and not mention the fact that these pills are for women, essentially, you're basically eliminating an entire sex. I mean, the idea that when my friend Matt Walsh asks, what is a woman, that we don't know, that we really have to define that word. We don't have to define that word. We know exactly what it means. What they're doing is they're undermining the entire human experience. They're using a false idea of science. Science tells us that things are not exactly the way we look at them. So you start out and you say, well, gee, the Earth looks like it's flat, but it's really round. The sun looks like it's passing over the sky, but it's really the Earth that's turning. And then pretty soon you start to say, well, you know, abortion seems like it might be killing a person, but isn't really a person. And you say, well, marriage looks like it should be between a man and a woman, but isn't a guy and a dog, isn't that really a marriage too? And the way they get together. And you start to, you know, incest. What's really wrong? Why it seems wrong that a guy should sleep with his sister, but is it really wrong? And language begins to lose its meaning because reality begins to lose its meaning. And the left has been playing off this philosophy, and it's a genuine philosophy, by the way. It's not just, they're not just being irrational. They actually don't believe that the things that we see that are wrong are wrong. They think that our perception is always off and can be changed any way they want. And that's why the left plays with language all the time. You know, we're not leftists, we're not socialists, we're progressives. We're progressives, like, you know, emphysema is progressive. And so the, you know, we're always on our back feet because we doubt our own experience. Science, in a way, has taught us to doubt our own moral experience. But in fact, human beings are made to see right and wrong. You know, we're not always right. We have to think about it. We have to pray on it. We have to, have a way of finding our way forward. But
we have to consult Gemini AI to make sure.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you know, that's a really good example in a way, because Gemini AI, people are blaming Gemini AI for saying stupid stuff. but it's just a machine. It's the stuff that was fed into it by human beings that's stupid. And when it comes out and misrepresents reality by showing George Washington as a black person, the guy who programmed the machine should be questioning himself, not the AI. It's not we have to fix the AI. We have to fix the philosophy of the people programming the AI. So my only point, I mean, I think that our Christian background should remind us that when you have a God who can incarnate himself as a human being, there's something about the human experience that is very real. When we think, gee, this feels immoral to me, we should listen to that. We shouldn't be talked out of our morality by people who are talking too fast for us to understand them, by people who have philosophized morality away. We're killing almost 1 million babies a year in this country, and people are going to the polls to vote and saying that's a human right. It's a human right to kill a baby inside you. And the minute you say that, they say, well, it's not a baby. It's a fetus. They change the words because they think that the emotional weight of the words is what matters. But no, what we see is what is, unless you can actually prove that that's not a living person inside your body, that's what it is. And so, I think that we don't understand on the right often enough how much their philosophy holds together if there's no God. If really reality is anything we say it is, if morality is anything we say it is, then the left is right. It's not, you're not a woman because you're born with a woman's body. Richard Levine just has to put on a dress and a string of pearls and he becomes Rachel Levine. They're right about that if we don't think that there is something very, very real about our experiences and the language we use to describe that experience. One of the things I wrote in my piece about that I like to bring up is, I don't know how many people still remember the comedian George Carlin, a very funny comedian, but he used to have this routine, the 7 words you can't say on television. And the routine worked like this. He would get up and just start cursing with a string of 7 horrible curse words until those words stopped meaning anything. And it was very funny. And the point was that we're irrationally banning these words. There's nothing inherently bad about these words. But that's just not true. You shouldn't get your philosophy from comedians. You should get your laugh from comedians, but not your philosophy. It's not true. If I can use the word pine tree and put into your mind the picture of a pine tree, I can use a 4-letter word for sex and dehumanize sex and tell you that sex is just a physical process with no moral, weight to it, with no relational weight to it. That's what happens when you use a 4-letter word for sex. And so words mean things because our experience means things, and we use words as tools to communicate our experience to one another. And when people start to say they don't know what the word woman means, it's because they're not a biologist, as one of our Supreme Court justices said. They're actually saying something very dangerous. They're actually negating our entire experience of life and therefore our moral senses. And they mean to do it. They philosophically believe our moral senses are not worthwhile. And that's the level that we have to fight them on, because if we don't fight them on the philosophical level, we'll basically lose.
So with these words, ever going to go back to normal? Like, I am a mother. I am not a birthing parent or a birthing person. I mean, so
or a parental unit.
Right.
Well, they go back to meaning what they mean if people have the courage to stand up for them. And this is the problem we have on the right, is that people can be cowed into saying, well, I don't know what a woman means. They can be frightened because they're going to lose their job. They're going to be called down to HR if they don't use the right pronoun. This is why Jordan Peterson is fighting with Canada, not because he's unkind to people who are, mistaken about their sex. It's because he won't be forced to use pronouns that don't describe the world as he sees it, because he trusts his own experience of life. So when women allow themselves to be erased by guys like Dylan Mulvaney, they're actually doing something both wrong and harmful to themselves, but also wrong and harmful to the rest of us. They have to stand up and say, no, you're not a woman. For instance, I don't think any female sports team should play against an opponent that has a man on his team. They should absolutely boycott and forfeit every single game. Every female team across the country should do it. No one should, not just for safety's sake, for reality's sake, for the sake of the dignity of womanhood. It is deeply offensive, just as it's offensive when somebody puts on blackface. It's deeply offensive when Dylan Mulvaney puts on a skirt and makeup and says, "Oh, I'm a girl," and they put him on the cover of a magazine.
Yeah, but we don't act that way.
That's right.
Well,
that's right. We don't stand up to them.
Well, yeah. So here's the thing: we don't, and we don't even appreciate what you're saying. So it seems to me now, so we never see it coming. Some of us.
That's right.
We never see pedophiles are what do we call them now? Minor attracted persons.
Minor attracted persons.
Yeah, right. I mean, but it's like no. But you say that somebody's like, what? What's going on? What's happening? So we and to me, I recently wrote about this in the context of what that Politico national correspondent Heidi Prisabillo said about Christians versus Christian nationalism. So we allowed marriage to be redefined out of existence, and this is the way to destroy something. Just redefine it out of existence. So marriage, biological sex, and now Christianity and America's origin story is next. And that Politico reporter really gave us an insight when she distinguished between Christians and the Christian nationalists who are Trump supporters. The Christian nationalist is someone who believes that our rights come from God and not the state, essentially, is what she said. And those are the people that are the problem. They're not the true Christians. The true Christians are people that necessarily properly believe that our rights come from government. That's the next. So strip away your understanding of the founding documents, strip away your understanding of Christianity, strip away your belief in God. That's the next, the next threshold they're going to cross.
Right, because see, this is it's so important. Then it's like we have been talked out of the idea that we can argue from the point of view of God's existence. But it's really up to them to prove that God doesn't exist. We're living in a creation. We're living in an incredibly complex thing. It didn't come out of nothing. If you can show me anything that came out of nothing, I'll believe that the world came out of nothing. It obviously is the creation of a consciousness. So we have to cling to that because that's the underlying source of our rights and of our moral understanding. And I know it's a difficult thing to get through to people because we've lived so long in a country where they've said that God is not allowed in the public square. And I think that is where a lot of this begins. And I'm not trying to be a Bible thumping, fundamentalist and say, oh, here's a verse in the Bible. This is how you have to live. That's not the point. The point is that the world that as we understand it is a spiritual world. There's this intellectual, Yuval Harari, who goes over to the World Economic Forum. They love him there. And he says, people don't have any rights. Cut a person open. You won't find any rights inside him. Well, that's something so stupid that only an intellectual could say it. Of course you don't cut people open and find their rights inside. People are bodies, but those bodies are expressing something more than what is inside them, just like a car is more than the machinery inside them. You can take a car apart, but you can't drive it. You can take a person apart, but he's no longer a person. We are an entire thing, and we are the expression of spirit, and that spirit definitely can be proved to have rights. The thing that the Declaration says is these rights are self-evident. You don't even have to prove them. It is just evident that you have a right to life because I have a right to life. And that's what makes it so obvious. But these people feel that all the things that we see in one another, the love we feel for one another, the respect we have for one another, the respect we have for people's rights, those things are not there because you can't see them. You can't smell them. You can't touch them. That's a very, very stupid philosophy. And yet it is the philosophy of most of our intellectuals, most of our academics. And the ordinary folks don't have the language with which to fight back because they use these complicated languages. It sounds like they're saying something important. It sounds like, well, they're too smart for me to argue with. I hear this all the time, by the way. I've traveled across the entire country, and I hear people say, I don't know. I'm not a smart guy. I didn't go to college. I don't have the words to argue with these people. And my feeling is no. You have your common sense. You see what you see. You know what you are. Don't be talked out of this by a bunch of people with credentials but no common sense. It really is important that we begin with God. It really is. And it's so obvious that we're living in a creation that we shouldn't be talked out of it by people who think they're smarter than we are. They're not. They are maybe more educated than we are. They maybe know their field better than we do. But the things that we see, the immorality that we see, the things that our words mean, man, woman, marriage, these are things that we understand and we know. We don't need to some professor to tell us they don't exist. It's simple nonsense.
Andrew Klavan, author, screenwriter, host of the Andrew Klavan Show at the Daily Wire, and his Substack is The New Jerusalem. Andrew, thanks as always. Appreciate it.
Great talking to you, Dan. Thanks.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Pure Talk believes in American values and that free should mean exactly that, free. Well, switch to Pure Talk today and you'll get a free Samsung 5G smartphone. Now, qualifying plans start at just $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, 15 gigs of data, and, of course, mobile hotspot. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword Pure Talk, claim your eligibility for your free brand new Samsung 5G smartphone. Start saving on wireless today and switch to my cell phone company, Pure Talk.
The Fed's new FedNow system is all about surveillance and control. Secure your assets today with something Washington cannot manipulate. Hi, Stephen K. Bannon, and I recommend diversifying your retirement into a physical gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. To learn more, get a free info kit by texting the word Safeguard to 989898. Do this right now. Text Safeguard to the number 989898 and get a free info kit from Birch Gold. There's no obligation or purchase required.
Message and data rates may apply.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll talk Trump trials, Hunter's testimony, and discrimination at Western Illinois with Professor William Jacobson, Cornell Law, 707.
Today, plenty of sunshine, a high of 45 degrees. It's 7 a.m. WIND, Chicago.
Another state plans to take the Trump name off the ballot. I'm Dave Anthony. Fox News. Illinois joins Maine and Colorado with a judge's ruling that the former president could appeal like he has in other cases.
The U.S. Supreme Court's already heard arguments from Colorado about a similar claim. The controversy centers on the 14th Amendment, which bars anyone from serving as an officer of the U.S. if they engaged in insurrection or rebellion. Lawyers for the former president have argued the amendment doesn't apply in this case.
Fox's Jill Nato. The Supreme Court will hear another Trump appeal April 22nd, considering his claim that he should be immune from prosecution for actions he took while in office. This is an attempt to get the federal 2020 election-related criminal case against him dismissed. With the border a big election issue, there will be dueling Trump-Biden border visits going today, both of them. The president will be in Brownsville, where Fox's Lawrence Jones is.
You know, the big question for the president of the United States, why this location? I mean, I was here a year ago when there was an actual surge going on. Now we're down to about 15 to 17 migrants crossing illegally a day.
That's in that area. The Trump trip is to Eagle Pass, where there are more illegal crossings, but the White House calls his visit a political stunt. Fox's Sean Hannity will interview the former president in Texas at 9 p.m. Eastern on Fox News Channel. Chaos and more death in Gaza. Israel saying a crowd of Palestinians waiting for food and other humanitarian aid turned into a stampede and attempted looting, and their soldiers opened fire. Palestinian officials say more than 100 people were killed, bringing the number of Palestinian deaths in the war in Gaza to over 30,000.
The developments inside Gaza come as talks for a possible ceasefire continue. And U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said in a statement, quote, "The most important thing when this conflict in Gaza comes to an end is to end this cycle of violence once and for all."
Fox's Trey Yingst in Tel Aviv. A police officer in Washington, D.C. was shot. People in the area of the Naval Yard urged to shelter in place as the search continues for the shooter. America's listening to Fox News.
Sunshine in Chicago, 20 degrees at 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. The murder trial of Imonte Morgan, accused in the killing of Chicago police officer Ella French, continues today. Yesterday, Officer French's partner Carlos Yanez took the stand. Yanez was shot 5 times himself during the 2021 traffic stop that killed his partner. A Cook County judge has ruled the Illinois State Board of Elections must take former President Donald Trump's name off the state's March 19 primary ballot, but she placed her order on hold until Friday to allow an appeal. The case is one of dozens of suits filed trying to remove Donald Trump from the ballot, arguing he is ineligible. Murder charges have been filed in a shooting that killed an innocent bystander who stopped to buy his wife a lottery ticket at a corner store on Monday. Police said 59-year-old Simon Brown was killed. 3 others, including the alleged gunman, were badly hurt during an argument that led to gunfire in the city's Greater Grand Crossing neighborhood. The family of a man gunned down by Carroll Stream police are suing the officers involved and the Carroll Stream Department. Federal lawsuit claims wrongful death and other counts in the death of Isaac Goodloe.
Stephen and I and the family painfully watched these officers break into Isaac's bedroom, and shoot him unarmed in the sanctity of his own home.
The plaintiff's attorney, Andrew Stroh, also calls the shooting unlawful, unjustified as well, after viewing pieces of body camera footage. Bulls hold off the Cavaliers 132-123 in double overtime here in Chicago last night. Number 16 Fighting Illini, a Big Ten hoops win over Minnesota, 105-97, while the Northwestern Wildcats stay on a roll. A road win over Maryland, 68-61. Also last night, DePaul beaten by Xavier. Bradley beat SIU. UIC lost to Drake in triple overtime. The News is a service of the Chicago Gaelic Park House Raffle. Enter to win a brand new home or a $450,000 cash prize, $100 per ticket. Drawing held March 24th. Visit ChicagoGaelicParkHouseRaffle.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher is keeping it optimistic.
Heaven forbid I get to say out loud what I can see and hear. Joe Biden is not up to the task. But I'm hoping they dig in. I hope he digs in. It's our best shot to victory. Our best path to getting Trump back into the Oval Office is for Joe Biden to run again.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Have you been struggling to find an easy, safe, and secure document scanning solution for Salesforce.com, Microsoft 365, SharePoint, or OnBase by Highland? Your struggle is now over, and it's time to get your documents and operations into the 21st century. With IoT Smart Connected Scanning, it's easy to turn physical paper into digital documents and have them directly uploaded to the cloud with IoT Smart Connected Scanning from IDT. And you don't need a degree in computing or IT to make it happen. Using QR code technology uniquely configured for your specific business, anyone can set the IoT Smart Connected Scanning device up in 5 minutes or less, saving your organization money and valuable time. Remote employees can even capture documents and send them safely and seamlessly. Organize documents efficiently and securely with IoT Smart Connected Scanning from IDT. To see a demo or to order now, go to ready4idt.com. That's ready4idt.com. Use promo code SMART and receive 10% off your order. IDT, putting paper in its place.
Hey, a lot of you know that I learned how to use a firearm when I was 11 years old. I've been practicing my entire life, and people ask me all the time, Hannity, what kind of gun should I get? Well, now I'm telling them, go to Henry Repeating Arms. And I always tell them to start just by going to their website, henryusa.com. You're going to get a free catalog. Now, Henry has over 200 models of rifles and shotguns to choose from. They're made with the finest craftsmanship I've ever seen, and you don't beat their performance. Every one I have was accurate right out of the box and reliable ever since. Their company motto is made in America or not made at all. They have a lifetime warranty, family-owned business, and these folks are true patriots who give back to our military, our vets, our first responders, sick kids, you name it. They support gun safety, and they support our Second Amendment. So if you're in the market for a high-quality, American-made firearm, just go to henryusa.com. You get their free catalog, list of dealers, and free decals. henryusa.com. You'll love this company. Pure Talk believes in American values, and that free should mean exactly that, free. Well, switch to Pure Talk today, and you'll get a free Samsung 5G smartphone. No 4-line requirement, no activation fees, just a Samsung that's built to last with a rugged screen, quick charging battery, and top-tier data security. Now, qualifying plans start at just $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, 15 gigs of data, and, of course, mobile hotspot. Now, Pure Talk will connect you to the most dependable 5G network in America for half the price of Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. The average family saves close to $1,000 a year. So let Pure Talk's expert U.S. customer service team help you make the switch today. It's simple, it's fast, it's easy. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword save now, claim your eligibility for your free brand new Samsung 5G smartphone, and start saving on wireless today. Again, from your phone, dial pound 250, say the keyword save now, and switch to my cell phone company, Pure Talk.
7:08. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time is a service of Fox Valley Coins. No waiting, no problems, no charge for in-store verbal appraisals. Bring your gold or silver in today at foxvalleycoins.com. Let's start on the toll roads. Reagan right now jamming up eastbound I-88. You're jammed up from the southbound Tri-State exit ramp. Tri-State Tollway stop and go northbound between I-88 and the Ike merge. DuSable Lakeshore Drive already showing delays northbound between Roosevelt and Monroe. Dan Ryan Express jammed up inbound between 47th and the Stevenson itself, heavy and slow, Harlem to Kedzie. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast with Steve Williams.
Lots of sunshine today and not as cold. Our high today at 45. Clear skies tonight, low 32. Sun tomorrow to start, then increasing cloudiness, high 51. For Saturday, sunshine, a little bit warmer, the high 62. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
20 at O'Hare. Your next news update is at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy in his never-ending quest to save democracy. Baby boy Hunter appeared before congressional impeachment investigators yesterday for a much-anticipated Q&A session. And actually, from what I understand, and I'm not terribly surprised by this, there wasn't a lot new that was learned.
Right.
That Hunter has been pretty well prepped for this for some time, and what did he do? What you would expect him to do, as he's sort of done publicly, which is chuck up all of his seemingly incriminating messages about the big guy, Mr. 10%. That would be his dad, Joe. He's the president. Chalk all that up to his problems with addiction.
Right.
So that's sort of what I get, the sort of sense I get as to what happened behind closed doors yesterday. But we'll see. There's more to come.
Well, according to some leaks from yesterday's deposition, Hunter was on the Burisma board to fight Russian aggression in Ukraine.
Of course. Of course he was.
But you got to say, I mean, these...
Just like he's given up crack and taken up blow art to save our democracy. No, I got it.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, lucky for Hunter, the Democratic Avengers were there to defend him. This is fantastic.
What we just witnessed over the last hour was, I think, a deep-sea fishing expedition.
If this impeachment inquiry continues, then Chairman Comer and Chairman Jordan are working with Russia.
They're peddling Russian lies. Basically, the Republicans have become synonymous for Russians. We're talking about someone who is an actual citizen, just a regular schmegular citizen.
Regular schmegular Hunter.
Just a regular guy.
Republicans are Russians, and the Bidens are regular schmegular Americans. Okay. By the way, I like that AOC sort of accentuated the fishing expedition to deep sea fishing expedition too. Boy, that's
good. Oh, and this
significant.
You got to hear this real quick. Robert Garcia, Congressman.
Republicans apparently hate parents and sons and families that talk to each other by phone often.
Yes. Yep, that's the
That's it. You got it. You nailed it.
All right, so we have that, but Democrats, as performative as that was, were even more performative over the news that the Supreme Court had granted cert on the matter of Trump's claims of immunity in the Jan 6th related prosecution, setting oral arguments for April 22nd, and pretty much ensuring that trial will not take place before, or certainly will not conclude before, the November election. Here's a good example. I mean, I'll see your AOC and I'll raise you a Jamie Raskin.
You know, we've seen this court follow Trump's bidding in dismantling Roe versus Wade in a half century of privacy jurisprudence in order to dismantle abortion rights. So obviously we can't put all of our hopes in the Supreme Court. The people need to be engaged and aroused at this point to demand that there be justice, but also to be organizing for the election. Everybody needs to be vigilant.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of a sanitized version of Chuck Schumer, hey, sending a message to the Supreme Court, we're going to get you. Maybe organize some more thuggery outside Brett Kavanaugh's house or something to tell him to speed it up. For more on all of these legal travails, also discrimination in Leatherneck land, Western Illinois University. I want to talk to him about that. Professor William Jacobson is a clinical professor of law and the director of the Securities Law Clinic at Cornell. He's also the founder of LegalInsurrection.com and president of the Legal Insurrection Foundation. And they also have the Equal Protection Project, which is where Western Illinois comes in. We'll get to that. Professor Jacobson, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me on.
How did you react to the completely unsurprising news that the Supreme Court was going to take up the Trump immunity claims? And I'm so reacting to the Supreme Court's decision and what that portends, and then, of course, the histrionics associated with that decision.
Yes, I mean, it seems that if all you did is read the mainstream media, you would think this is the most shocking thing that has ever happened. That they are taking up a critically important issue in an election year. And really what they're upset about is the timetable might mean there's no trial in D.C. before the election. But it's not surprising at all that they took the issue. Presidential immunity is an area there. I don't think there's been any precedent on that. Of course, nobody's been charged in the past. Critically important issue, constitutional issue. I mean, it's exactly the sort of issue you would think the Supreme Court would want to take up, and they are. And they're taking up whether his actions as president can be prosecuted after he leaves office. And that's really important. So, no, it's not the least bit surprising that they took it up, just like it's not the least bit surprising that they took up the ballot case, whether Trump's going to get kicked off the ballot. We're waiting for a decision on that. So, this is all in the normal course of business, but people's hair is on fire because of it.
What about the criminal case or the hush money case out of New York that's going to start in March here? Are you concerned about that one?
Well, I mean, that case is a complete travesty. It really is. There's something very wrong going on in the New York court system between the civil verdict by the judge, which is essentially a business decapitation of Trump, where nobody lost any money. There were no victims. And then this criminal prosecution where they jump through all sorts of hoops to turn an old, out-of-time, stale, misdemeanor books and records case into a felony under a novel legal theory in order to extend the statute of limitations so they could get Trump. So both cases in New York, the civil and this criminal, are good examples of what is wrong with our system. And I don't think it's a coincidence that they're both taking place in New York City. But that looks like it's going to trial, and there will be a verdict probably, I would think, by the end of April.
Yeah. Yep. In Fulton County, Georgia, not a good situation when your former divorce attorney looks at text messages that run afoul of the timeline you've given the court and says, "Oh, dang." Basically like, "Oh, you got me." That was not a helpful moment. Fani Willis on the stand was not a helpful moment for Fani Willis and Nathan Wade. I mean, is there any question, really, at least on the merits, that this judge disqualifies Willis and Wade and the Fulton County DA's office from prosecuting this case?
Well, I think there's a couple of different issues there. One is whether there was perjury in court, whether they've been lying, in which case there should be, at a minimum, a bar referral, a disciplinary referral.
Mm-hmm.
Separate question is whether she gets kicked off the case, essentially. It doesn't mean the case goes away.
Right.
It means that she can't be involved. And I don't know. I would have said before this last round where her veracity was called into serious question, I would have said the judge probably wasn't going to do it because the conflict didn't disrupt the prosecution. But at this point, I don't know how the judge in his courtroom can allow this prosecutor, who arguably lied on the witness stand and about her conflict of interest, to continue in the case. I just don't see how he can. Maybe he will, but this last round, as you indicated, dang, they got me now sort of thing, I think is really, really problematic. The electronic evidence contradicted what they said in court, and judge is going to have to deal with that. But I don't see how in such a high-profile case he can allow her to be there. I don't know why anyone who wants Trump convicted would want her there, because that creates a total sideshow. Everybody in the jury is going to know about this. Everybody's going to know that the woman, the lead prosecutor, was having an affair with her assistant. Maybe it wasn't an affair, having a relationship with her assistant with the public money financing it. I mean, is this really what, someone who wants Trump convicted wants?
No, I know. I mean, she should be removed, but I don't want her to be removed because of exactly what you just said. I'm conflicted. It's obviously important to us in Cook County is the action the Cook County judge took yesterday to remove Trump from the ballot, piling on the Colorado and Maine decisions. But I mean, if somebody wants somebody like another judge in another jurisdiction, because there's so many pending, wants to do the same thing that Cook County judge did yesterday, I mean, it's sort of immaterial because the Supreme Court is going to weigh in on this in short order, and all of this becomes moot fairly quickly when they do.
If they rule that he stays on the ballot.
Right.
So these things will become important if for whatever the reason, and nobody's predicting this, but if for whatever the reason the Supreme Court rules in favor of Colorado kicking Trump off the ballot, then all of these things come into play. Nobody's predicting that. In fact, all of the left-leaning legal commentators who were listening to the Supreme Court oral argument on the Trump-Colorado case were besides themselves predicting 9-0 for Trump or 8-1. So nobody's predicting that, but you never know what happens. These things will all turn out to be, meaningless if the Supreme Court rules against kicking Trump off the ballot in Colorado, because it's essentially the same issue.
So, Professor Jacobson, let's talk about these discriminatory scholarships at Western Illinois University. What's going on there?
Yeah, so at Equal Protection Project, equalprotect.org, we have brought dozens of claims against colleges and universities who have discriminatory programs. And usually they're a one-off. We find one or we get a tip, more likely, about one at a particular university. Well, we did get a tip about Western Illinois University, and we started to look into it, and we found 16 of them. We found 16 scholarships there that discriminate on the basis of race, discriminate in favor of, they use various terms. Sometimes they say black students, sometimes they say minority students, the different terms, but basically they discriminate on the basis of race. Some of them also discriminate on the basis of sex. I think there's one that's only open to black females. And so we have filed a complaint with the U.S. Department of Education over these openly discriminatory programs, and the sheer number and volume indicates to us, at least, that there is a serious problem at Western Illinois University, because in all the dozens of these we filed, we've never found more than one or two at a university, and we found 16 here.
So some people may look at this story and say, well, wait a second. Like, what if I'm a successful black entrepreneur and I want to endow a scholarship in my name or my family's name at Western Illinois University, specifically for black students to have the opportunities that I had, then how would that be? Well, what's wrong with that? How would that run afoul of the law?
Sure. Well, this is a public university, which is administering the scholarship. It doesn't matter where the money came from. It's promoted on their website. It's promoted to their students. It's administered by the school, and it is open only to students of the university. That being the case, there's this thing in the 14th Amendment called the Equal Protection Clause, which is that every person is entitled to equal protection of the laws. We had a Supreme Court decision last summer about that in the context of admissions to a university. So it's against the Constitution. A public university cannot do that. It doesn't matter where the money came. It also violates the U.S. Civil rights laws. It violates Illinois law. You can have whatever intention you want. You can endow whatever scholarship you want, except you can't endow a scholarship that discriminates on the basis of race or on the basis of sex. And I think one of them even discriminates on the basis of sexual preference and gender identity, because it's not open to students who are not LGBTQ. So this is a problem there. I don't know what's going on at Western Illinois. Maybe they just lost sight of things. Maybe this accumulated over time, but they need to get a handle on it, and they need to comply with the law.
Right. The key there is that they're a government institution. So, this is why something like the United Negro College Fund or other private scholarship organizations are under a different legal regime than is a government institution.
That's right. And there is a case pending out there. It's up in the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals about whether even these private scholarships can discriminate on the basis of race, not based on the U.S. Constitution, but there's actually a civil rights law post-Civil War that prohibits discrimination in contracting. So, but that's a different legal issue. So whether a private foundation can do this is an open legal question at this moment in time. But there's no open legal question that a public university cannot do this.
He is Professor William Jacobson. He's clinical professor of law and director of the Securities Law Clinic at Cornell. He's also the founder of LegalInsurrection.com and president of the Legal Insurrection Foundation, as well as the Equal Protection Project. And again, that website, Professor, is
equalprotect.org.
Equalprotect.org. Professor Jacobson, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
This is Carol Platt-Liebau for townhall.com. Last week, Laken Riley, a University of Georgia nursing student, was murdered on an Athens, Georgia running path. Her murderer wasn't just an illegal migrant. He was an illegal migrant who had been arrested in New York for injury to a child and in Georgia for shoplifting. He also had an outstanding bench warrant for failing to appear in court over the shoplifting charge. Laken Riley was failed by 3 different governments: the U.S. government, who let her murderer cross the border, and then the state governments of both New York and Georgia. Now Ms. Riley is being failed by the media. Many reports fail to mention her killer's immigration status. Some even discuss whether women should feel safe running alone. Shame on the media. Rather than demanding that the government protect its citizens, it's protecting politicians from accountability for their horribly failed policy decisions. I'm Carol Platt-Liebau.
Pro athletes have been doing it for decades. I'm talking about QC Kinetics. It is a non-surgical way to treat joint pain. There's no downtime. There's no pills, no risky surgery. You don't have to take a vacation to get surgery. It's all natural solution. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients who have reclaimed their mobility. People who have been bogged down with joint pain in their back, their hips, their knees, their elbows. So get your life back. Call QC Kinetics today to schedule a free consultation. They have new locations in Crystal Lake and Gurnee. The number is 312-809-5955. Some of you wonder, what exactly is QC Kinetics? Well, it's the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. We're talking about lasting joint pain relief with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. As I've said repeatedly, QC Kinetics is literally transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Learn more about it from the experts when you call to make your free consultation. 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Dr. Kent Mercado, and I'm running for Congress in the 11th District. I'm a physician, attorney, humanitarian, father, and husband. And I have had the privilege of speaking with several thousand residents, and I've heard your concerns. And they are kitchen table issues, the economy, education, safety, and secure borders, access to quality and affordable physical and mental health care. I'm here to be your voice. Please vote for Dr. Kent Mercado for Congress on March 19th in the Republican primary.
This message was paid for and approved by Dr. Kent Mercado for Congress.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
You know what? I actually am starting to feel better every day. Every day a little better.
I've been with you all a while now. I swear by it. Yeah, I love it. I bought a lot of stuff that didn't work before, but they do help me a lot. I tell everybody about it. I tell all my friends. I swear by it.
I've been taking it for years. I am 65, and the stuff that I'm able to do it amazes people that are in their 40s.
Start your journey with Balance of Nature supplements. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer. And for a limited time, get 35% off your first order, plus $10 off any additional sets with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
As a business owner, do you have a strategy for exiting your business? Most business owners don't. Studies done by the Exit Planning Institute show 75% of business owners who don't have an exit plan are dissatisfied with their exit, and 80% of businesses put to market never sell. Total Clarity Wealth Management understands the hesitation to discuss exiting. Will customers leave? Will competitors take advantage? Will key employees leave? That's why they offer confidential planning. Contact Anne-Marie at Total Clarity Wealth Management. Discover what the financial foundation should be to pursue an exit that is satisfying. At some point, you are going to leave your business. Will it be on your terms? Total Clarity can show you the way to financial readiness and keep you on track. Anne-Marie is a certified exit planning advisor. Visit TotalClarityBusiness.com. That's TotalClarityBusiness.com. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Total Clarity Wealth Management, Inc., a registered investment advisor and separate entity from LPL Financial.
From breaking news and weather across the country to insight from the brightest minds in conservative opinion, it's Salem News Channel, home to the biggest shows on TV, like Brandon Tatum weekdays at 6 p.m. Eastern, followed by Charlie Kirk at 7. Join SNC, where facts are sacred, critical thinking is celebrated, and the pursuit of truth is unwavering. Watch Salem News Channel free, now on Zumo Play. Learn more at snc.tv/Zumo.
This is Dennis Prager. I am excited to announce the all-new Pragertopia Plus. You can listen to my show whenever it's convenient for you, all commercial-free and all on demand. Now with Prager Plus, search topics, guests, and segments all the way back to 2010. And now a truly exciting new benefit. My monthly online video get-together for Pragertopia Plus members only. This is where for an hour each month, Pragertopia Plus members get an exclusive chance to ask me anything. That's right, anything. It's on video. I'll be talking to you and answering your questions. We may even have a special guest every now and then. I've never done this. Submit your questions for me at Pragertopia.com. This is only available to Pragertopia Plus members. This is our chance to connect like never before. Go to Pragertopia.com or click the banner at DennisPrager.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Love this. Just got a text from a friend. We were talking about Western Illinois University and their illegal discriminatory scholarships. Guess who's a new appointee to the Western Illinois University Board? Kirk Dillard.
Oh.
Of course he is. Of course, you need I don't want to get too tough on Kirk, but I mean, just the sort of the combine reptile that he is, and why the Republican Party is as vestigial as it is in Illinois. Of course. All right, well, Kirk, you got a job to do. Let's see if Kirk Dillard's going to take up this case. Yeah, right. All right, coming up.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 7:37, we're going to talk to Fleur Hassan Nahom, the deputy mayor of Jerusalem, about the state of the war in Gaza and how it impacts the local politics here in America. That's 7:37.
And at 8:08, you're not going to want to miss this. Peter Schweizer joins us. But now we're going to join Mike Scott in the newsroom. Good morning, Mike.
7:33, 20 degrees and sunshine. Both President Biden and former President Donald Trump will visit the U.S.-Mexico border today. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell stepping down as GOP leader in November.
Now it's 2024. I'm now 82. As Ecclesiastes tells us, to everything there is a season and a time to every purpose.
He will serve out the remainder of his term. 70 are reported dead in an Israeli airstrike in Gaza. Fox's Jonathan Savage has more.
Gaza's Hamas-run health ministry claims the airstrike hit a crowd of people waiting for humanitarian aid in Gaza City. Hundreds are said to have been wounded, with barely functioning hospitals already overwhelmed. The Israeli military is looking into these reports. Aid agencies say it's been almost impossible to help civilians in northern Gaza because of desperate crowds overwhelming convoys. This as authorities there report more than 30,000 Palestinians have now died in the war. That includes both civilians and fighters for Hamas. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
The Supreme Court will decide whether former President Trump can claim immunity over election interference charges. In a brief order Wednesday, the court said it would hear arguments beginning the week of April 22. The murder trial of Imonte Morgan, who is accused of killing Chicago police officer Ella French, continues today. A Cook County judge has ruled that the Illinois State Board of Elections must take former President Donald Trump's name off the state's March 19 primary ballot. Judge Tracy Porter issued her decision after progressive activists petitioned to remove Trump's name from the primary ballot. It will be appealed. And murder charges have been filed in the shooting that killed an innocent bystander who stopped to buy his wife a lottery ticket at a corner store Monday. 59-year-old Simon Brown was killed. 3 others, including one of the alleged gunmen, were injured in the gunfire in the city's Greater Grand Crossing neighborhood. Bulls hold off the Cavaliers 132-123 in double overtime last night. Spring baseball, White Sox lost to San Diego 3-1. Was the Cubs over the Brew Crew 6-1. Big Ten hoops, Fighting Illini a win over Minnesota at Assembly Hall 105-97, and Northwestern a road win over Maryland. 7:35 is our time, and we'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dr. Sebastian Gorka believes an open border means trouble.
If you open the borders, what are you going to do if you're a bad guy? Forget the cartels and the drug smugglers and the weapons smugglers and the human traffickers, whether it's any group out there that hates you because you're an American. What are you going to be doing for the last 3 years?
America First with Dr. Sebastian Gorka. Afternoons at 3, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
This is an urgent announcement for anyone that's $10,000 or more in debt. Before you make another minimum payment, you need to know there are special programs that can completely free you of your debt. Total Financial Freedom can help you become debt-free in months instead of years. Resolve your credit card debt, signature loans, department store cards, internet loans, and timeshares. Call now at 800-533-6605 for a free consultation. For 16 years, Total Financial Freedom has helped thousands get out of debt. You can feel confident when calling because Total Financial Freedom is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and a Christian-owned company. Don't get stuck in the endless cycle of payments. You have the right to get your debt resolved and substantially reduce your monthly payments. Call Christian-owned Total Financial Freedom now at 800-533-6605. That's 800-533-6605. 800-533-6605.
This is the time of year to enjoy life, so stop letting pain in your joints keep keep you from doing what you want to do this spring. Call QC Kinetics now. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief, folks. No surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. QC Kinetics is literally transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. No pain pills, no risky surgery. This is an all-natural solution. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients who've reclaimed their mobility. Take action now. Live your best life this spring and summer. It's a great use of your tax refund, by the way. So call QC Kinetics for a free consultation. New locations in Crystal Lake and Gurnee. 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955.
Pure Talk believes in American values and that free should mean exactly that, free. Well, switch to Pure Talk today and you'll get a free Samsung 5G smartphone. No 4-line requirement, no activation fees, just a Samsung that's built to last with a rugged screen, quick charging battery, and top-tier data security. Now, qualifying plans start at just $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, 15 gigs of data, and, of course, mobile hotspot. Now, Pure Talk will connect you to the most dependable 5G network in America for half the price of Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. The average family saves close to $1,000 a year. So let Pure Talk's expert U.S. customer service team help you make the switch today. It's simple, it's fast, it's easy. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword save now, claim your eligibility for your free brand new Samsung 5G smartphone, and start saving on wireless today. Again, from your phone, dial pound 250, say the keyword save now, and switch to my cell phone company, Pure Talk.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code RADIO for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code RADIO.
7:39. Let's get a check on the roads. And this update is a service of Quick Delivery Service. When you need same-day delivery, when you need the fastest service, when you need a last-minute delivery, call Quick Delivery Service, 847-534-2244, or go to quickdelivery.com and get a quote today. Eden's right now at 34 Lake Cook Road into the junction. The Kennedy, solid between the Edens Junction and Belmont. It's an hour from O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. The Icon, accident left shoulder approaching Harlem Avenue, 65 in 390 into the old post office. It's an hour from 355 into DuSable Lakeshore Drive on the inbound Stevenson. A normal 33 on the inbound Dan Ryan into the Burns Circle interchange. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Not as cold today. Plenty of sunshine and a high of 45. 20 right now at O'Hare, 24 along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news update is at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. A theology professor from over there in Scandinavia has an interesting idea as it pertains to the pro-Hamas forces on college campuses, both in the form of student groups, but more directly, the administrations. Recently, Norwegian universities, several Norwegian universities, cut institutional ties with Israel, condemning the attack on Gaza, condemning Israel's attack on Gaza, the way they put it. They put a hold on an exchange. One university, Oslo Metropolitan, put a hold on exchange programs with the University of Haifa and announced it wouldn't enter into new agreements with Israeli universities. The University of Southeastern Norway criticized Israel's actions and terminated cooperation agreements with 2 Israeli universities. So what this professor suggests is, to date, 38 U.S. states have adopted legislation designed to discourage boycotts against Israel. In a similar vein, he writes, universities in the United States should consider setting up counter boycotts against foreign universities that attempt to isolate Israel. Norway would be a great place to start, where he teaches. The title of his piece is "Please Boycott My Country." This could mean terminating strategic partnerships for research and student exchange. So, he points out when Norwegian university faculty and boards call for boycotts of Israel, their virtue signaling comes without much of a cost. But a counter boycott might change the calculus, because losing U.S. partners would hurt most institutions. I like that. I like a little jujitsu here, and it gives people on college campuses something to do other than try and just sit passively by while they're screamed at, or they have to bear witness to the barbarism of these pro-Hamas, pro-genocide forces on college campuses. Do something constructive and, take a page out of their book and turn it on them a little bit. I like that. For more on this and other related topics, I'm pleased to be joined by Fleur Hassan Nahom, Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem, newly appointed Secretary General of the World Confederation of United Zionists, and host of the popular JNS, that's Jewish News Syndicate, JNS show, The Quad. Fleur Hassan Nahom, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me. Good morning.
Good morning. So what about that idea? What about prompting the forces that are supportive of Israel and more just generally supportive of peaceful pluralism to take a little bit of the attitude of some of these pro-Hamas student groups and put pressure on universities to say, cut ties with those who are going to ally with pro-Hamas forces?
Well, I actually believe that that the only way is offense and not defense. And the problem that we've been constantly just defending ourselves from absolute stupidity, because these people are essentially people who stand against pluralism, who stand against women's rights, who stand against human rights. They're taking the side of genocidal terrorists who make it very clear what they want to do with the rest of Israel, with the rest of the world. They're funded and backed by Iran, and we all know that Iran have got jihadi ambitions across the world, but there's no rights for anybody in Iran. And it seems like everybody's lost their brains. And so if this is what we're going to be doing, instead of actually being constantly on the defense, we have to go on offense. And this is offense. This is, okay, you're going to be dumb-brained enough to boycott the only democracy in the Middle East, the only place in the Middle East where Arab citizens can actually vote. Arabs are not voting anywhere in the Middle East. And this is who you want to boycott, well, then we're going to boycott you. And I think that's a great idea. I know that people have been doing it for a number of years. This is not new. And certain states have been doing it. Certain states have been divesting of investments with people who decided to boycott Israel. And so if it can work for the business world, I think it can work for the academic world as well.
Well, yeah. How do you think Hamas won the PR war with our youth?
Well, that's a great question, and it's something I've been really looking into for a while. And I think it combines a number of things. First of all, you have to, you know better than me because I'm not living over there, how destructive and poisonous the toxic mind culture is. And that basically says that you can never be a victim if you are seen as a successful minority. It's only the encouraged failure, essentially. The original sin is white privilege, and Jews are very close to that, even though we've never been privileged, and most of us are not white, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't make a difference. Because ultimately, if you're successful, if you pulled yourself up by your bootstraps and made something of your life and made something of your culture, that already automatically means you can never be a victim. And they basically sanctify victimhood and sanctify helplessness. It's really the opposite of the American dream when you think about it. And so for some reason, Jews have been thrown into this toxic culture where woke culture, where, because Jews have worked hard since they immigrated to the United States or other places in the world, or Israel, who 75 years ago built an incredible country against all odds, nobody helped us. We did it on our own, but that's not good enough. They will only really stand with the victim who continues to be a victim and helpless, and who will never, ever be able to get out of that situation. And so that's part of it. And the second part, I hate to say, but it's true, anti-Semitism is a mutating virus, and in every generation it takes a different shape. When my family was kicked out of Spain 500 years ago, it was for religious reasons. When Jews were carted to the gas chambers 100 years ago, or less than 100 years ago, it was for ethnic reasons. All of a sudden, anti-Semitism was ethnic. And now it's all about this, incredibly silly concept of the post-colonial world, where essentially Israel, even though this is our indigenous homeland, we've become somehow the white foreign colonizer of the land called Israel after the people of Israel. So, facts and history don't really matter to these people. The main thing is that they should pick on the successful party, and even when the successful party has been brutally raped, taken, kidnapped, a war started against them, 1,200 innocent people killed, it doesn't make a difference because, they deserve it.
How concerned are you about the Biden administration's vacillation on Israel? Sometimes saying Israel has a right to defend itself and we need to eradicate terrorist organizations, and other times saying we need a ceasefire. Bibi's gone too far. I disagree with this, and so, and then the politics of it here, including a protest vote that came out of Dearborn, Michigan, in the primary the other day for Biden. So against that backdrop, though, we have the news, at least the reporting, that Israel may be weeks away from something approximating total victory per its operation in Rafah. And so I mean, does what is going on in the domestic politics here in America with the Biden administration matter that much at this point, or is it just noise and the Israeli government is prosecuting the case to victory, and victory is near?
Well, I don't see any victory here without our 134 innocent hostages coming home. And so victory is a word we can throw around, but until those people are home with their families, I can't see that we can claim any type of victory. So that's the first thing. We have destroyed the majority of the battalions of Hamas in Gaza. There's still about 4 left in the south of Gaza and 2 left in the center of Gaza. This is after destroying about 14. So we are making headway, and the humanitarian crisis over there is mainly caused by the fact that Hamas don't care for their people, and essentially they're stealing the supplies and they're stealing the humanitarian aid. So even when people say more humanitarian aid, it makes no difference how much you bring in. There is enough already. It's just that there's no real effective body to distribute it, and also there's nobody to stop Hamas, the terrorists, from stealing the aid. And so it's a real mess in there. It's a mess that Hamas caused. I think most people are beginning to be very resentful of Hamas. And ultimately, I judge the United States by its actions, less than its words. And ultimately, we have received much help from the American government, from the military, not just in hardware, but in all sorts of other ways. And so, America is our closest ally, vice versa. We are a beacon of democracy here in this part of the world, where there would be no democracy if we weren't here. And so I'm positive that ultimately the American government will let us finish the job of getting rid of these genocidal terrorists. I'm hoping that's the case.
I want to ask you about something that happened this morning, probably the afternoon your time, but the 104 that CNN is reporting, Gazans who were killed this morning, they were waiting in line for food and humanitarian aid, and they're claiming that Israel launched an airstrike against them. Is that even true, or what do you know about it?
I didn't hear any confirmation that Israel did that. Remember, we're in the middle of a war. War is ugly. War is something that You try and do the best. Israel try to do the best to limit casualties, to limit civilian innocent casualties. But you're dealing with a very, very difficult terrain where Hamas are actually doing their maximum to put innocent civilians in harm's way so that the whole world will be outraged by Israel in a war that we didn't even start. That's their tactic, and it works because all of these 18 to 24-year-olds that Israel is the guilty party in this situation because people are obsessed with images, and those are the images that are coming out. And Israel is very sensitive about the images that we release about our victims because we respect the families' rights to keep their privacy. And so we could also show a lot of dead children, unfortunately, but we have a little bit more self-respect than that. That's the difference.
I just have to ask, the members of Congress that are most openly hostile to Israel, the Ilhan Omars, the AOCs, the Rashida Tlaibs, Cori Bush, that whole gaggle of legislators. I mean, do you consider them like anti-Semites? Do you consider them bigots based on what they say? I mean, I know you look at what America does, not just what is said, but what is said is important too.
I consider them anti-American. Let's start with that. And absolutely anti-Semitic. They have completely different standards for Israel than any other country in the world. They've said openly anti-Semitic things, like Ilhan Omar has openly been anti-Semitic. Rashida Tlaib constantly lies and invents stories. But more than anything, I don't think these women who are being paid a salary by the United States government, Congress, actually are patriots of the country that took them in. So I think that's actually shameful from the American perspective rather than the Israel perspective.
Yeah, well said. Fleur Hassan Nahom is the Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem, newly appointed Secretary General of the World Confederation of United Zionists, and host of the popular show on Jewish News Syndicate called The Quad. Fleur Hassan Nahom, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. And she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Has your commercial building steel roof seen better days? Winter can cause ice damage to wind damage, but no damage is too tough for Custom Construction Systems. CCS Contracting has over 20 years' experience repairing and installing steel roofs. They're highly experienced and skilled at finding and solving problems on industrial and commercial roofs. CCS is also partnered with a public adjusting firm that's very good at contesting claims. Many times, claims that are turned down by insurance companies can turn into a new roof with CCS. Call today for an inspection and free estimate on a roof repair or new steel roof. 815-871-7835 or visit CustomSteelRoofing.com. If you suspect roof damage, Custom Construction Systems is the one call that does it all. Repairs are their specialty, plus membrane and new steel roof installation, and they can help with an insurance claim. Learn more at CustomConstructionSystems.com. That's CustomConstructionSystems.com. From start to finish, they get the job done.
All right, did you know the biggest source of energy loss in your home is not your windows? It is your attic. And Permaseal is thrilled to introduce their latest innovation in home comfort, the Attic Insulation Service. You can trust the Permaseal installers to get your new insulation with precision and care, and they'll ensure that your attic is properly insulated for optimal results. If you're not testing, you're guessing. Permaseal's certified installers use digital imaging cameras and a blower door test so they can get right to the source. More comfortable? You'll have lower utility bills, and your home will be healthier. So call Permaseal today to get a free estimate, 800-421-SEAL, 800-421-7325, or visit permaseal.net.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-353-2973 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-353-2973. That's 800-353-2973. What do you have to lose? Call 800-353-2973. Again, 800-353-2973.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
You know what? I actually am starting to feel better every day. Every day a little better.
I've been with you all a while now. I swear by it. Yeah, I love it. I bought a lot of stuff that didn't work before, but they do help me a lot. I tell everybody about it. I tell all my friends. I swear by it.
I've been taking it for years. I am 65, and the stuff that I'm able to do it amazes people that are in their 40s.
Start your journey with Balance of Nature supplements. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer. And for a limited time, get 35% off your first order, plus $10 off any additional sets with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
As a local business owner, you get called every week by marketing companies. We get it. We have hundreds of satisfied customers. Here's what a satisfied client recently said.
Open enrollment is going great. We're hitting record numbers. Thank you so much for this report. It really is amazing to see how the marketing is really shaping our enrollment around the city.
If you're a local business and ready for the next step, visit surroundchicago.com right now. Our experts are ready to help you take your marketing to the next level. Visit surroundchicago.com today.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer. I can't wait.
At 8:08, we've got Peter Schweitzer, of course, the author of Clinton Cash and Secret Empires. He's got a new book out, Blood Money, how the Bidens and some of America's other elites, Tony Fauci, have blood on their hands per their relationships with Chinese triads, organized crime. That's at 8:08.
But now let's step into that newsroom. Here is the best in the business. Here's Mike Scott.
Cook County judge orders Donald Trump removed from the state ballot. There will be an appeal. Nearly a dozen tornadoes confirmed with Tuesday storms. WIND Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
2 more Trump legal decisions. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. The Supreme Court will consider an appeal in a criminal case, which we'll get to. But first, another state wants to block him from a Republican 2024 primary.
Add Illinois to the list. A judge there says the 14th Amendment prohibits former President Donald Trump from being on the ballot in that state. Illinois joins Colorado and Maine, where officials have argued he should be booted from the ballot, citing the same reason, that he engaged in an insurrection trying to hold on to power after the 2020 election.
Fox's Rich Edson, the former president, has appealed those rulings, calling it election interference. The Supreme Court is already considering the Colorado case, and it's also taking up another Trump appeal that tries to get the federal 2020 election-related charges dismissed.
Justices will hear arguments in late April in a landmark case over whether former President Trump has immunity from criminal prosecution for conduct alleged to involve official acts during his tenure in office. Lower courts have so far rejected immunity claims from former President Trump's legal team in a case brought by special counsel Jack Smith.
Fox's Jared Halpern. Today, both President Biden and former President Trump will go to the border, visiting different areas of Texas amid record illegal immigration. Russian President Vladimir Putin is warning NATO with another veiled nuclear threat. Days after some of our allies suggested NATO countries could send troops into Ukraine to help battle Russia.
He also claimed the United States is trying to inflict strategic defeat on Russia and the West as a whole trying to weaken the country from within. Then, as intelligence chiefs around the world voice fears that Russia is trying to interfere in elections, President Putin vowed no other countries would be allowed to meddle with his internal affairs.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. We just got an inflation update to gauge the Federal Reserve tracks closely, showing consumer prices rose more month to month, January than in December, 0.3%, but the year-over-year increase declined to 2.4%. That's the smallest in 3 years. America's listening to Fox News.
Sunshine, 21 degrees at 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. The murder trial of Emonte Morgan, accused of killing Chicago police officer Ella French, continues today. Yesterday, Officer French's partner Carlos Yanez took the stand. Officer Yanez was shot 5 times in the 2021 traffic stop that killed his partner. Morgan is charged with first-degree murder. Cook County judge ruled Illinois State Board of Elections must take former President Donald Trump's name off the state's March 19 primary ballot, but she placed her order on hold until Friday, and there will be an appeal of that decision. Murder charges have been filed in a shooting that killed an innocent bystander who had stopped to buy his wife a lottery ticket at a corner store on Monday. 59-year-old Simon Brown was killed. 3 others, including one of the alleged gunmen, were hurt in the argument that led to gunfire in the Greater Grand Crossing neighborhood. A Chicago man is facing charges related to a deadly shooting in Maywood last month. 28-year-old James Dixon was arrested this week, charged with first-degree murder. It was 2 a.m. on New Year's Day when 19-year-old Alonzo Mallet of Terre Haute, Indiana, and 28-year-old Tyrone Mallet were found shot to death. Chicago sports. Bulls hold off the Cavaliers in double overtime, 132-123. College hoops, number 16 Fighting Illini stay in the win column with a victory over Minnesota 105-97, and Northwestern stays on a roll, a road win over Maryland 68-61. The news, a service of the AM 560 store. T-shirts, hoodies, and more from your favorite AM 560 brands, including Proft University. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat, a service of Signature Bank. Visit signaturebank.bank for all your commercial banking needs. Now, the latest from the Fox Business Network.
I'm Liz Clayman, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Best Buy's earnings and revenue were both better than expected in the recent quarter, and its forecast is at the high end of Wall Street expectations for the year. The stock is up more than 2%. Best Buy Chief Executive Corey Barry says the company was able to navigate a pressured consumer electronics sales environment. She sees this year as one of increasing industry sales stabilization, a sign things will be calming down. Bath & Body Works shares are losing ground. The soap and perfume retailer reported better than expected earnings, but the company sees a decline in its business this year. Shares of Hormel and Dole, 2 major food companies, are rallying. Both were helped by very strong profits. Wall Street will be reacting today to the PCE inflation reading for January. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Ginny Posolda, invested in you.
AM 560 News Time is 8:05. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Charlie Kirk is saddened by the downfall of a great city.
It's not as if an asteroid came and hit San Francisco, or that it was sort of invaded, but invaded by a foreign power. That what you are witnessing is something that was beautiful, something that worked, something that was desirable. This is not some sort of right-wing conspiracy. First of all, you can just visit it for yourself. It's an absolute trash can.
The Charlie Kirk Show. Afternoons at 1, right before Sebastian Gorka at 3 on AM 560. The Answer.
This is Dennis Prager. Now you can listen to my show when it's convenient for you and without censorship from big tech. Become a member of the ultimate online community for all things Prager. It's Pragertopia Unlimited. Listen to every radio show over the last 10 years, all commercial free. You can even listen to all my Torah teachings for free. Join today and save 25% off the first year and get a free Pragertopia coffee mug. Go to Pragertopia.com or click the banner at DennisPrager.com.
Come on with this, people. Move it!
Did you really think you could make that company deliver yourself?
Oh, I cannot handle any more traffic.
You could be getting much more done at your place of business.
I've wasted 45 minutes and now this place is gonna close.
Time is money. Let Quick Delivery Service take on the traffic hassle for you. They'll deliver almost anything, from large pallets of materials to important documents, or both. No forms, no labels, no scanning. Just tell Quick Delivery Service where it's going, they'll pick it up, and get it to your destination quickly. Your cargo delivery is tracked in real time with GPS. Notifications are delivered right to your inbox. Visit QuickDelivery.com. That's QuickDelivery.com. Or you can deliver like this.
Seriously, another train?
Or get your delivery there on time with QuickDelivery.com. Or call 847-534-2244. 847-534-2244.
You know, our friends at Henry Repeating Arms, they manufacture a line of very high-quality rifles, shotguns, and revolvers that you can be very proud to own. Now, they're made in America with parts and materials also from America. Now, they use old-world craftsmanship combined with cutting-edge technology to deliver reliable and accuracy that you can trust in any situation. Now, they're easy to use and maintain. It makes them an excellent choice for both a novice and experienced shooter. Henry has over 200 models, so you can find the firearm that's right for you. There's also new releases all throughout the year. And every purchase is backed by their lifetime warranty and the company's owner. Anthony Imperato also gives his personal guarantee for 100% satisfaction. Now, make sure you go to their website, henryusa.com. Order their free catalog. They'll send you free decals and a list of dealers where you are. That's henryusa.com. Free catalog, free decals, and a list of dealers where you are. You're going to love this company and these firearms like I do.
It's 8:08. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. On the Edens, you're jammed up Cicero into Montrose, 25 minutes in Lake Cook Road to the junction. The Kennedy, a solid 67 minutes. O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. The Ike Jam solid 25th all the way to California. The Stevenson stop and go, Harlem to Kedzie, 54 into DuSable Lakeshore Drive. And the Dan Ryan at 35 minutes, 95th into the Burns Circle interchange. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Now your official Chicagoland weather forecast with Steve Williams.
Plenty of sun, not as cold. The high today at 45. It'll be clear tonight, low 32. For tomorrow, some sun, then increasing cloudiness. High tomorrow at 51. And then sunshine on Saturday, a high Saturday 62. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
20 at O'Hare, 21 in Sunshine at Midway, 17 in Aurora, 19 in Lansing, and 25 in Michigan City, Indiana. Your next news update is at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Nobody has pulled the curtain back on the political class more in the last decade than Peter Schweizer. You know him from books like Clinton Cash, Secret Empires, Red-Handed. Well, he's got a new one. It's called Blood Money, Why the Powerful Turn a Blind Eye While China Kills Americans. Pretty damning accusation. Peter Schweizer is the president of Government Accountability Institute and, again, the best-selling author of the book Blood Money, Why the Powerful Turn a Blind Eye While China Kills Americans, which is available now in all the usual spots. Peter Schweizer, thanks so much for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Good to be with you. Thanks for having me.
So I've only had a chance to read some of the excerpts that have been made available to this point, but I'm looking forward to the full read. But from some of what I've read, it's pretty interesting. The connections you make, the historical connections, including with respect to fentanyl, China ostensibly doing to us what the British did to them during the Opium Wars.
Yeah, it's revenge for the Opium Wars. And I think the biggest misnomer that people have about the fentanyl crisis are twofold. Number one, it's just another drug addiction problem. It's not. Most of the people that die of fentanyl poisoning don't even know they're taking fentanyl. They think they're taking an Adderall or a Vicodin. You know, some kids trying to study late night for a test. But the second one is that this is a problem caused by the Mexican drug cartels. The drug cartels are the junior partners. China runs this operation. They provide the precursors that come from Mexico. 90% of those precursors come into a port in Mexico in Manzanillo. That international terminal is run by a Chinese company. That's why people cannot seem to stop this flow. Those chemicals are sent to a town in northern Mexico where 2,000 Chinese nationals, according to Department of Homeland Security documents I obtained, 2,000 Chinese nationals create the fentanyl for the cartels. The cartels use Chinese pill presses to turn the fentanyl into the pills that they sell on the streets. When the drug cartels were operating in the United States, they used Chinese communication devices because they know the Chinese will not share those communications with U.S. law enforcement. And finally, the laundering of the money. The Mexican drug cartels used to launder their money in Latin American banks. They launder them in Chinese state-owned banks now with the help oftentimes of Chinese students here on education visas. So this is a Chinese operation designed to kill as many Americans as possible, and fentanyl poisoning is now the leading cause of death among Americans under the age of 45.
And so when we see, before we get to the government's role in all this, and the Biden family in particular, but so when we see, as everybody has seen over the last several weeks, thousands of military-age Chinese individuals coming through, for example, a hole in the fence in the San Diego sector, what are we to make of that?
Well, you're to make of that some of them may be here just trying to seek a better life, but there is plenty of precedent for Chinese illegals engaging in criminal activity in the United States. One of the biggest problems we have in the country, I talk about in the book, is a massive increase in illegal marijuana growth operations. This is not the marijuana that's legalized. This is far more potent. And these are run by Chinese illegals that are in the country. In the state of Maine alone, according to the Department of Homeland Security, there are more than 300 illegal marijuana growth operations being carried out by Chinese nationals involving Chinese organized crime. When you look at some of the social disruptions we've had in the country, you had a unit of Chinese military officers in the summer of 2020 that came working out of the consulate, the Chinese consulate in Houston, Texas, that were trying to fan the flames of social protests. So, yeah, some of them may be coming here seeking a better life. The problem is you can't distinguish them from those that are here to engage in illegal activities that are designed to do damage to America.
And so with, government knowledge, as you're citing Department of Homeland Security as the source for a lot of this information, with federal government knowledge about what is going on, why does President Xi get treated with kid gloves when he comes to San Francisco? Why is this not, why are we not hearing this from elected officials, starting with the President of the United States instead of Peter Schweitzer?
Good question. So a lot of people in Washington don't want to talk about it because they just go along to get along. If you accept the reality of what's going on, you cannot have a normal relationship with China. You can't talk about a trade agreement. You have to confront these realities. And there's just a lot of people in Washington that don't want to do that. Then you have a smaller, more narrow group of people that have massive conflicts because there are financial connections. Consider the Bidens. The Sinaloa cartel, they are the kings of fentanyl in Mexico. They were set up by a Chinese criminal gang called UBG. This is well established, well documented in Mexico and elsewhere. One of the leaders of that gang is a guy named Zhang Anlo, who goes by the name White Wolf. One of White Wolf's business partners gave $5 million to the Biden family. Does Joe Biden really want to have a conversation about fentanyl and about China's role? No, he doesn't. So when he meets with Xi, he goes out of his way to say, we want your help, but we're not pointing fingers. And he certainly does not call them out publicly. If you look at Governor Gavin Newsom of California, he has a long association with members of Chinese organized crime syndicates going back to when he was mayor of San Francisco. He appointed the head of Chinatown's redevelopment in San Francisco. A guy that he appointed was a dragonhead in Chinese organized crime. He became friends with another leader of Chinese organized crime who went by the name Shrimp Boy. He actually donated city taxpayer money to his nonprofit. He had a guy on his transition team that was later charged with a murder-for-hire plot for Chinese organized crime. When Gavin Newsom, as mayor, set up China SF, which is designed to bring Chinese investment dollars into the United States, he could have pretty much picked anybody in China. He picked a man named Vincent Lo, a Chinese businessman in mainland China, who was already known to have ties with Chinese organized crime. And as a result of that China SF program brought in into the United States Chinese companies with links to Chinese organized crime who are involved massively in the drug trade. So, again, does Gavin Newsom really want to confront China and have a conversation about this? No, because it's deeply embarrassing and damaging to some of the choices that he's made in the past.
Well, I've been to 2 fentanyl funerals, sadly, young kids that died way too early. And one question that was asked is, why do they want to kill our children? Why do the Chinese and people in Mexico want to bring harm to our kids?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. So China, really since 2010, has carried out a policy called disintegration warfare. That's not me saying this. There's actually a Chinese publication, and disintegration warfare says, kind of in the traditions of Sun Tzu, the famous strategist, the best way to defeat your enemy is by not actually fighting him. It's by undermining him. And fentanyl is part of that. The Mexican cartels themselves, I don't think, particularly want to kill their customers as they view it, but the Chinese certainly do. And from the standpoint of the cartels, the profit margins for fentanyl compared to cocaine or heroin or any of these other drugs, the profit margins with fentanyl are 10 or 25 times greater than they are if you're selling cocaine. So for them, it's just a loss that they're prepared to accept because they're driven by money. But as far as China is concerned, this is absolutely part of their strategy. I have another section in the book that looks at COVID. We know the people that died in COVID, but China actually carried out policies that exacerbated and magnified America's body count during COVID. So this is very, very much intentional in what their approach is, which is to defeat us without actually fighting a war.
So what are some of the other prongs of their disintegration strategy? Because, we talk about Confucius Institutes at colleges, we talk about TikTok. I mean, how integrated is it, and in which of the things that we have discussed previously or we discuss openly are also part of that same strategy that you're describing?
Well, let's talk about violent crimes in the streets. In fact, in the book, I quote the sheriff of Cook County there in your area, describing these small devices called Glock switches that China began smuggling into the United States in 2018. And again, I've got Homeland Security, FBI, Department of Justice documents on this. Thousands of them. These are small devices, highly illegal in the United States, certainly highly illegal in China, where you can't even own a firearm. These switches take a normal Glock handgun and turn it into a fully automatic machine gun. And I have a quote from the sheriff of Cook County and from law enforcement around saying these are flooding into our cities from China, and we can't do anything to stop them. And the Department of Homeland Security says that these devices are particularly being marketed and given to criminal gangs in the United States. So we've reached the point where from 2018 to now, the rate of machine gun fire on America's city streets has risen by more than 1,000%. It's like, Al Capone in the 1930s. And again, this is part of the disruptive practice. It sows chaos on the streets. And of course, China state media has run several stories talking about, look at all the chaos in America. They never mention, of course, the fact that they are the ones that have been smuggling these into the United States and distributing them to criminal gangs over the last 5 years.
And on the use of technology and social media, is that part of it as well?
It is. We obviously have divisions in our country. We all know that, but they are fanning the flames. One of the things they do is they have these large operations that involve thousands of Chinese military technical experts, and they set up hundreds or thousands each individually social media accounts in the United States, and they're posing as Americans. And what they do is very simple. Half of those social media accounts say America is a hopelessly racist society, nothing can be done. The other half of these accounts posing as Americans say, I only like white people. So why are they doing this? They're doing this because they want to magnify social conflict in the United States. It's an intentional strategy. I quote from them. Don't take my word for it. I name the unit that's doing this. And again, if there's something that hopeful, honestly, that comes out of this book, it's that I don't believe we're actually as divided as we think we are. I think there's a lot of the fanning of the flames that is taking place that is trying to magnify it and encourage us to be at each other's throats. And I think this is part of the Chinese strategy.
What's your assessment of the job that House Republicans are doing as they're, pursuing their impeachment inquiries, plural, with respect to these relationships, specifically, of course, the Biden family and the Chinese Communist Party and all of their organs, in addition to others, but specifically on that, Jim Comer keeps saying, got documented $30 million in money that's flowed from the Chinese communists to the Biden family. We don't know what they got for it. Well, you're sort of answering your own question, aren't you? So what's your assessment of the progress being made there, or the direction that has taken?
It's a good question. I think they've done a good job of letting the evidence speak for itself. They're not just going on TV and popping off and giving theories. So I think they handled that in a very good way. Disappointed, obviously, with Democrats. I mean, what Democrats are basically defending, let's just be clear here where this is headed. If what the Bidens did is okay, we're saying in the future that a president, a vice president, a secretary of defense can have their adult children collect tens of millions of dollars from our foreign adversaries for no discernible business purposes whatsoever, and we're okay with that, because that's basically what the Bidens did. And I think the American people, in a way, are ahead of Washington, D.C. in this regard. I mean, I've looked at the polls over the last couple of months, the New York Times, the Harvard-Harris poll, ABC News, the Wall Street Journal. They have all asked the question, do you believe that Joe Biden engaged in highly unethical behavior or illegal behavior in order to help his family's business dealings? And in every single one of those polls, at least 65% of the American people say yes. So the American people see what's going on. I think the American people are ahead of it. I think that we've reached this binary point in American politics where you have elected Democrats. It doesn't matter what Joe Biden does, because of their dislike for Donald Trump. They are not going to criticize him for it. And that's a sad case, because, again, one thing I've learned about studying corruption in Washington, if you allow something to happen to become normal, they're all going to do it. And they're all going to start taking large payments from foreign entities because of the Biden rule. The Bidens did it. They got away with it. So why can't I do it too?
How much of a governor on saying anything more pointed about the Chinese communists, the sort of things you're documenting, how much of a governor on that among Republicans has Mitch McConnell been? I mean, you documented in your book, Secret Empires, the his wife's relationship to his wife's family, and thus his relationship to this Chinese shipping empire and the Chinese Communist Party. So, are people, even, sort of China hawks, anti-communist hawks, your Mike Lees of the world, your Rand Pauls of the world, are they afraid to be as specific and as pointed as what you're describing? Because they feel like, well, I don't want to create internal fights within the party, then that's distracting, or for some other reason?
Yeah, no, I think Mitch McConnell is part of that. I think the other part of it is, look, you have very powerful, rich people who are major donors to the Republican Party who have deep pockets and have deep investments in TikTok. One of the biggest donors on the Republican side is a gentleman named Jeff Yass, lives in Pennsylvania. He's the biggest single donor to the Club for Growth, which is a sort of free market libertarian investment firm. He owns 17% of ByteDance, which is the parent company of TikTok. And some people think this is $1 trillion company, meaning that his stake is $170 billion. And so because of that, frankly, the Club for Growth has taken a position that they don't think anything should be done to TikTok. So it is a business decision, as it is, unfortunately, financial donor pressure. I think Mitch McConnell certainly has laid out pressure. And look, the fact of the matter is, I quote extensively from Chinese military journals describing how they view TikTok as a Trojan horse and the specific ways in which they are trying to manipulate our young people. And so the notion that, well, we should have a discussion about TikTok, are they good or are they bad? They're not debating that in China. They've already decided this is a great potent tool to use against us, and they are using it. And in my view, the only solution, Trump proposed it in 2020. It was reversed by Joe Biden. The only solution that works is to force the sale of that entity to an American company. You cannot have the CCP controlling the company that is literally piping all of these images and all of these ideas to our young people.
What about our national security agencies? Are they compromised in a material way? I mean, what we've seen their performance over the last 8 years, we've got a lot of the receipts, as they say, from Taibbi and Schellenberger and others. But I mean, if they're focused on fifth column actions against Trump and Catholics who attend the Latin Mass in Virginia, in the case of the FBI, then they can't be focused on these threats or as focused on these threats that you're describing. So I just wonder, how you would describe the performance of national law enforcement and intel agencies in reaction to the threats that you document.
Well, I've received a lot of feedback from people that have worked or are working at FBI, ATF, Homeland Security, who see this every day. The problem is the political leadership that are running these institutions are ultimately political actors. I mean, we want to think that the director of the FBI is just a great Joe Friday kind of guy, but the fact of the matter is that he's appointed by a president and he's making political calculations. And Joe Biden and his administration have made it clear they do not want to single out China. They do not want to challenge them on any of these issues. So it's an enormous problem. You talk to those in the field that are seeing this, that are living it, that are experiencing it, the guys at DEA that tell me, we know this is a Chinese operation, but the guys upstairs don't want to say it for political reasons, is really the crux of the problem. And that's one of the reasons that I wrote this book, because you have to have this conversation and we need to speak earnestly about what's going on, because it is literally killing people. And all the corruption I've written about before, it was about, political actors getting rich and taking actions. This is really a life and death issue, and it's costing us our best and brightest.
Peter Schweizer, president of the Government Accountability Institute. He's the New York Times bestselling author of a number of books, the most recent, as we've been discussing, Blood Money, Why the Powerful Turn a Blind Eye While China Kills Americans. The book, Blood Money, available now. Pick it up. Peter Schweizer, thanks so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Chicagoland agrees. McGrath Lexus is the overwhelming choice of luxury vehicle shoppers. Their unparalleled team of sales consultants expertly help you navigate their immense inventory to arrive at the perfect vehicle for you. With 2 convenient state-of-the-art dealerships in downtown Chicago and in Westmont, they offer 2 times the selection and 2 times the discounts. And right now, McGrath Lexus is offering a premium for your current vehicle. It will never be worth more. Make this the year you enjoy the luxury of Lexus, as only McGrath can offer. Your McGrath experience will take Lexus ownership to a whole new level. Do not deny yourself this privilege. You deserve it. Visit one of our 2 McGrath Lexus dealerships in downtown Chicago or in Westmont, or visit us online at McGrathLexus.com, because
when you do the math, you choose McGrath.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Frank Vance, co-owner of Egan Vance Insurance Agency on Chicago's Northwest Side and a customer of Signature Bank. In my line of work, we pride ourselves on being there for our clients when they need it the most, and we recognize when someone does the same for us. As Egan Vance was expanding, we wanted to buy a much sought-after building in the neighborhood. We couldn't waste any time. I called Signature Bank, and that was all it took. I didn't have to talk to multiple people in siloed departments with multiple forms to fill out. One call did it all. As the one who was always looking out for my clients, it was a great change to know that my bank, Signature Bank, was looking out for me.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. To learn more about turning your business vision into reality, visit signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 8:38, we'll take your calls in reaction to that Peter Schweitzer interview. That's a lot to digest. Maybe we'll tackle a few other things like a new installment of Why Dan Proft is Single. First, your calls, 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line reaction to Peter Schweitzer's new book on China at 8:38.
And Dan, do you have any relationship rules? Just curious. But now let's head into that newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
8:32, 22 degrees and sunshine. President Biden in Texas today addressing the surge of migrants crossing the southern border illegally. Meantime, Donald Trump will be in Texas in the town of Eagle Pass. President's son Hunter spoke to lawmakers yesterday about his overseas business affairs. Missouri Congressman Eric Burleson discussed the meeting on Fox this morning.
You have a privileged child who still acts like a child. He is denying the facts that are before him, and he's contradicting nearly all of the previous testimony from the many witnesses that have come forward.
During remarks, Hunter Biden reaffirmed his father, he says, wasn't involved in any of his business ventures. The Smokehouse Creek fires claimed a life in the Texas Panhandle. Officials say in Hutchinson County, the body of an 83-year-old woman was found on Wednesday. The murder trial of Imonte Morgan, accused in the killing of Chicago police officer Ella French, continues today. And a Cook County judge has ruled that the Illinois State Board of Elections must take former President Donald Trump's name off the state's March 19 primary ballot, but she placed her order on hold, and there will be an appeal. Chicago sports. Bulls hold off the Cavaliers 132-123 in double overtime. College hoops. Fighting Illini win over Minnesota. Northwestern keeps winning. A victory over Maryland 68-61. The news, a service of Batteries Plus. Your car keeps you moving, and Batteries Plus is here to power your drive. Whether it's your personal vehicle or a commercial fleet of cars and trucks, reliable, road-ready batteries are fully charged and in stores now. Free testing and installation are available too. Stop by or shop online at batteriesplus.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager.
This Scott Kirby at United Airlines, who is announced we're reserving 50% of our flight school to people of color and women. So he's having affirmative action in the realm of pilots. Would you like that in the realm of surgeons? I don't think that should be in any realm. All it does is undermine those groups.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Charlie Kirk at 1 on AM 560. The Answer.
Right now is a really good time to get your student loans under control. There are so many people that we talk to every day who tell us that they just feel so much anxiety and overwhelmed by their student loans. But once they pick up that phone and call us and we're able to give them a plan and a strategy that may lower their payment by hundreds of dollars, sometimes thousands of dollars, and may actually get their loans forgiven. The point is just to give people some clarity and control over their situation so that they know that whatever the payment is, whatever the plan is, there actually is a plan, and that plan is going to save them the most amount of money. I'm Ray Kaplan, and I can help you get debt-free, stress-free. Give us a call at 312-294-8989 or visit us at financialrelief.com.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
It was the one thing that I was missing in my diet. And since me being a very active person, I do mountain biking, I do triathlons, I run, bike, so I'm always active, I couldn't say anything negative about this product. I mean, it's just, like I said, it's been 100% natural and And I tell you, I feel amazing.
Start your journey with Balance of Nature supplements. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer. And for a limited time, get 35% off your first order, plus $10 off any additional sets with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer by using discount code
Chicago. Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. On September 6th, the government announced it will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000, with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver, or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may qualify for compensation and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement, with your VA benefits fully protected. You may be entitled to a significant financial award for your Camp Lejeune claim, but you must act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune. Call now or you may forever lose your right to be awarded a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-299-7878. That's 800-299-7878. 800-299-7878.
8:38, let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg traffic center time. Accident left shoulder on the inbound Kennedy, inbound at Montrose. Delays on the Dan Ryan accident, right shoulder in the locals. It's on the inbound side, right at 31st. DuSable Lakeshore Drive jammed up northbound between Bryn Mawr and Hollywood. 8094 delays because of a big accident on the Tri-State 294. Your delays on 8094 westbound are between Klein and the Tri-State. Now, that Tri-State accident is an overturned vehicle with a center lane blocked near Halstead. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Not as cold, plenty of sunshine today, high 45. Right now, clear and 22 degrees. Your next news update at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy, getting your reactions to our extended interview with Peter Schweitzer, the author of the new book Blood Money, and some of the details he gave us about the Chinese Communist Party's disintegration strategy, Sun Tzu style, for America, for America's demise and their ascension as to be the unchallenged global superpower. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. And boy, I got just one more comment about Mitch McConnell. In the Wall Street Journal editorial, providing a bit of a eulogy for McConnell's time as Senate Republican leader, majority and minority.
For what,
Mitch
17
McConnell's
years?
great Senate legacy. I didn't see anything in there about the reporting that Peter Schweitzer did in his book Secret Empires about the McConnell family, or any contemplation of that question about whether McConnell is somewhat compromised on the top, and maybe more than somewhat, but at least somewhat compromised on the topic of America's national security versus his personal financial interests. Ken in Geneva, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, guys. Great show. I just wanted to give a perspective. I think that Peter Schweitzer's been spot on throughout. But what I personally think the issue is the politicians, not China. China's a distraction. It's either China, Russia, Ukraine. They always have a distraction. It's the criminals that are holding public office. And just to give you a specific example that's happening in Kane County, how they buy the system is they put money out, they finance through grants and other programs, and now it's hitting us locally at Kane County where they're outsourcing the voting and going with firms that are tied to the far left, and they're protected by a corporate name so you can't find out who the people are. And they're financing a $2 million grant to regionalize the voting mechanism and take the voting control out of Kane County. And then another one is the people who are doing sanctuary city and sanctuary county, which Kane County now is considering becoming a sanctuary county against federal immigration laws. So we have people in our own offices breaking the law and not being held accountable in any manner whatsoever. So whatever China and Russia do are inconsequential when our own politicians are criminals.
Thanks for the call, Ken. Appreciate it. Jim in Lake Forest.
Dan and Amy, great show. I just wanted to comment regarding your guest. Back in the late 90s, I read a book written by two high-ranking Chinese military officers. It was called Unrestricted Warfare. The premise was next war is not going to be with guns and rockets and things. It's going to be economic. It's going to be chemical. It's going to be germ warfare. And then look this morning in the Wall Street Journal opinion page, where did COVID come from? Well, it's pointed right back towards China again. And so this is an all-encompassing philosophy that's been in place for, close to 30 years now? So now we're seeing the results of it.
Thanks for the call, Jim. Yeah, that Wall Street Journal piece was by Nicholas Wade, the former science editor for the New York Times, who I recently interviewed for my counterculture podcast at American Greatness and on all the podcast platforms. You can get it there. It's worth checking out. I mean, there's a circumstantial case that, in my view, is well beyond reasonable doubt that's presented by Wade from some new research that's been made public that he documents that makes it clear that it was from the Wuhan Virology Lab. Now you have to go beyond to the next question in terms of, I mean, I think you have to ask this, if we can establish that it emanated from the Wuhan Virology Lab, which I think we can, then was it accidental or purposeful? And was there and do we have sort of the next layer of defense for the story? First, it wasn't the virology lab. And, of course, we had American public health professionals, Collins and Fauci, flacking for the Chinese, running interference for them.
Well, also, too, the mainstream media. I mean, remember when Richard Engel did that whole piece of this is,
of course,
came from a bat in the wet market and the first person who got COVID died, blah, blah, blah.
Of course, the media, of course, the comm shop for the, the D.C. press corps, the government press corps, the comm shop for all these people appointed or elected, absolutely. But then, so is that the next layer? Because the question has to be asked: was it designed? And then they came up with they've got a cover story about an accident and it leaked, or worse. So I mean, this the nice thing about Schweitzer is he speaks in unvarnished language with a lot of evidentiary support from our own government, interestingly enough, right? How many times did he say in our conversation, according to the Department of Homeland Security, according to this from the Department of Homeland Security, and so on and so forth. So it's like we have all of this information through our national security and law enforcement agencies, and obviously there's congressional oversight, ostensibly, of these agencies. There's certainly briefings so people know, and so people have the information who are in positions of authority to do something with it, and they're not doing anything with it. That sort of prompts some questions about incompetence or maliciousness or some combination of the two, depending on the particular subject, doesn't it? Jim in Rockford, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
So it's a lot to digest. I guess where I go with this is we have such an indifferent society that's apolitical. I mean, you just touched upon it with the Wuhan issue, is that people are force-fed information from their government, but believe it without question. And so because this hasn't hit the radar like Peter talked, where our own politicians are complicit, many people in this society either don't care or they don't view it as a problem. And I don't know what it's going to take other than them losing loved ones.
Well, right. I mean, thanks for the call, Jim. Well, I mean, that's why I think we started the conversation talking about fentanyl and his description of the drug traffic operation the Chinese communists have set up, and with the Mexican cartels being their junior partners, and the idea that this is purposeful. I mean, for people to speak in the language that your son or daughter, your loved one, was killed by fentanyl, but this is part of a design by the providers of the chemicals and the infrastructure to get these drugs into America and laced into, as Schweitzer was saying, an Adderall pill or something like that.
Oh my God, put chills down my spine. Yeah, taking his Xanax, Adderall, and it's laced with fentanyl, and they don't even know they're taking it.
You know, maybe that starts to get people's attention. I don't know. I'm sort of perplexed on the topic as well. One of the other things, though, is you have to look at all of those corporate chieftains that were in San Francisco fawning over President Xi.
Sick.
And
cleaned up
say,
the streets for him and put out the Chinese flag. It was disgusting.
And ask yourself if we're on the path to proving Marx right, even after we proved him wrong about the Soviet Union and communism generally, are we on the path to proving him right that the last capitalist that we hang will be the one who sold us the rope? Grant in Rockford.
Good morning, you guys. Excuse me. You could do a whole hour with Peter Schweitzer and still open eyes, but you stole my thunder, Dan. That's exactly what I was going to say. They're all bought and paid for by the Chinese, and they have sold us the rope with which to hang ourselves. And I'm not a huge Trumpist, but we need him. I mean, I think I've said it to you before. He's our Batman. He's not who we want. He's who we need. It's really a scary situation. So and until some politician's son or daughter drops dead from fentanyl, I don't think they're going to care. And even if they did, I don't think they would bat an eye. Have a good day, guys.
Thanks for the call, Grant. Yeah, what does it take? That's
always what it is. What does
that's
it
a
take?
bedeviling question.
What does it take for people to wake up at the border? What does it take for people to wake up about fentanyl? I mean, I went to 2 fentanyl funerals, and it's just heartbreaking. And thank God in one of the cases, the guy who bought the fentanyl was arrested. So that's good. I mean, that's something at least to send the message, but people aren't talking about it enough. People don't care. It's the #1 leading killer for our children right now.
Matt in Birmingham, Alabama.
Hi, Dan and Amy. Yeah, I even work for a Chinese company. I can tell you the long game on this is to win a war without ever having to raise a gun. If you study Chinese warfare, they're not real good at physical warfare. But what they're doing is that they're changing the minds of our kids and our youth through TikTok and then killing those that they can. They don't even have to raise a gun in order to win this war, and that is what they're doing. They're on the long game of the whole thing.
Thanks for the call, Matt. Pete, Northwest Side.
Hey, Danny. Thanks for taking my call. I don't know if you ever ran across the book Unrestricted Warfare.
I have. It's actually Jim from Lake Forest just mentioned that too. Yes.
Oh, and I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's all right.
But yeah, it laid out the plan back then how to take down a superpower. It's the lack of intellectual curiosity by the mainstream media is astounding. But anyway, that's all.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Pete. Yes, it is. Marvin, Burlington, Wisconsin.
I'm someone who survived COVID. I believe that it maybe was an accident. But I think the Chinese, once they figured out that this accident could be used to help advance their agenda, they purposely pushed it and let people get exposed to it and let it run rampant throughout the world because they realized that they got a bad deal from their side of things when President Trump was in office. And they've used it ever since. And why would you think otherwise when they're pumping fentanyl into this country that the government apparently knows? The human greed of American politicians has no bounds. They don't care. I would like to know how much money is getting kicked back from the Ukraine war. I mean, they've got a president and a son who is they've got him caught red-handed, and the news media doesn't want to discuss it or bring it out in the open. So I have no doubt that this was all planned.
Thanks for the call,
Well, I've
Marvin.
always thought-
Never let a COVID virus go to waste.
Right. Well, and I've always thought that this was China's way of dumbing down our society by the COVID lockdowns.
I thought that was the Chicago Teachers Union's job.
Oh.
John and the Kennedy.
Hey, Dan and Amy, love you, love your show.
Thanks.
Hey, and I just got to say that your show truly is an answer. And I have to ask you if you have watched the Tucker Carlson interview with Mike Benz.
Oh yeah, in fact.
Plant a seed.
Yeah, in fact, we talked about it the other week when it posted, because I had interviewed Mike Benz at the end of last year on my Counterculture podcast, and covered a lot of the topics that Tucker didn't, that Tucker did, and a few that he didn't. And then obviously there's been some things that have transpired since my interview. So no, that was that Benz he's on it, and he's been really instrumental in the reporting that that Matt Taibbi and Mike Schellenberger have done, as we've discussed. But yeah, I mean, well, that's why I asked, and that's why I asked Schweitzer the question about how compromised he thinks our national security apparatus is because of conversations and work of people like Benz. But go ahead.
Yeah, for anybody that has not listened to that, if you really want to understand how the world works and how everyone is brainwashed, you got to listen to that interview. It's a lot to take in, and I tell people to break it up into a couple parts, because you got to stop and think about it, because Mike Benz almost talks continuously. But the who, what, where, how, and most importantly, why they set up the apparatus that are set up to control the mainstream and the social media are absolutely incredible. And all the facts, are quite a history lesson about what's happened since 2016. And it explains the world we live in. And so for all your listeners, I really encourage people to seek it out and listen. It's hard to digest, but to listen to that Mike Benz interview by Tucker Carlson. It's absolutely incredible, but it really explains the world today.
Thanks for the call, John. Well, you can listen to the Mike Benz interview by Tucker Carlson. That's the sort of 1 point. That's the 100 level class. And then you can go to the 200 level class, and that's my interview of Mike Benz, of course. Graduate. That's for, the graduate class. And because, part of it that Tucker didn't cover is what's coming next. Mm-hmm. So the cyber, the censorship industrial complex 2.0, what's coming next, because they know they're going to get rebuked by the Supreme Court. And that's really key too. So listen to it all. Dan in Ukrainian Village.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Listening to all your calls this morning, I just get real disappointed because it seems like all the empathy's left. Everybody's pointing the finger here, and, I'm obviously a hypocrite for doing it too. But when you're China's important fentanyl, I mean, the reason they're a superpower is because all of us, stop buying American-made and go to the dollar store and Dollar General and buy the cheapest thing possible and buy the cheapest thing on Amazon from these random four-letter word brands and gave them all of our money from trade. It's not like this is happening in a bubble. So I just think we got to, think about what we can do rather than oh, Trump's Batman. For what? Nobody's named me one thing concrete that he can do, just like, I'm here saying that we need to do these things. That's my thought. Thank you.
Thanks for the call, Dan. Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
It's what Chicago is talking about. It's Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560. The Answer.
The Fed's new FedNow system is all about surveillance and control. Secure your assets today with something Washington cannot manipulate. Hi, Stephen K. Bannon, and I recommend diversifying your retirement into a physical gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. To learn more, get a free info kit by texting the word SHELTER to 989898. Do this right now. Text SHELTER to the number 989898 and get a free info kit from Birch Gold. There's no obligation or purchase required.
Message and data rates may apply.
If you've got achy joints, chronic pain that just won't go away, but you don't have time, or the patients for surgery, and you don't want an intrusive procedure done when you could try something else. Well, we have that something else, and that is QC Kinetics. Pro athletes have been doing this for decades, folks. QC Kinetics is literally transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. To find out all the information and how it works, you can schedule your free consultation. They have new locations in Crystal Lake and Gurnee, and it's a great use of your tax refund, by the way. So call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation, 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955.
This is Dennis Prager. I am excited to announce the all-new Pragertopia Plus. You can listen to my show whenever it's convenient for you, all commercial-free and all on demand. Now with Prager Plus, search topics, guests, and segments all the way back to 2010. And now a truly exciting new benefit. My monthly online video get-together for Pragertopia Plus members only. This is where for an hour each month, Pragertopia Plus members get an exclusive chance to ask me anything. That's right, anything. It's on video. I'll be talking to you and answering your questions. We may even have a special guest every now and then. I've never done this. Submit your questions for me at Pragertopia.com. This is only available to Pragertopia Plus members. This is our chance to connect like never before. Go to Pragertopia.com or click the banner at DennisPrager.com.
Rick Borick, host of Unleash Your Wealth, talks about the importance of tax planning in retirement.
A qualified financial planner can take you through all the steps to show you every single legal way you can use to reduce and minimize your state income taxes across the board so that, again, you keep more of your money and your family keeps more of your money.
Unleash Your Wealth, Saturday at 7 a.m. and our new time at 2 p.m. here on AM 560, The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, quick text message. Liberals' demand for recreational drugs started this all. All right, thanks so much to Justin Kosick, our technical producer, and Quinn McCarthy, our executive producer. We are back here bright and early tomorrow morning. Now into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
A Cook County judge has ordered Donald Trump removed from the state ballot. That will be appealed.